Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. People think cursed objects are dolls and Ouija boards. Mine was a $49.99 beige armchair with a note taped under it that said, "Do not sell." I am not exaggerating when I say that is where my life started to bend sideways. If you are listening to this lying in bed, or driving, or doing dishes with this playing in the background, I want you to picture something really boring for a second. Not a cemetery, not a cabin in the woods, just a cheap thrift store off a busy road in Tennessee. Fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, old country music leaking out of ceiling speakers, air conditioner rattling like it's about to fall out of the wall. I worked in that kind of place. 8-hour shifts, 5 days a week. Tag-in lamps, dragging couches, pretending not to hear customers fight about prices. On my name tag it said, Aaron, but most people just called me Hey Man and pointed at the furniture. That chair came in on a Tuesday. It was just another piece in a house clean out. A medium-sized beige armchair, wood arms worn shiny where somebody's hands had rested for years, cushion sagging in the middle like a body had carved its shape into it. The only reason I even flipped it over was to check the manufacturer's label, and that was when I saw the note. Yellow paper, old tape, shaky handwriting in blue ink. Do not sell. For family only. Someone had tried to scratch out the word not, like they changed their mind halfway through. Like there had been an argument about it, even after they were gone. I remember laughing, saying something to my manager about, guess the family did not care that much, and slapping a $49.99 price tag on it. If I had listened to that stupid piece of paper, I would have never sat down in that chair after closing. I would have never watched it show up on my apartment camera feed, in a room I know for a fact it never entered. And you would not be hearing this right now. I am not sending this to the police. I already know what they would say. I am not sending it to a therapist either. They would start asking about my childhood, my stress levels, my sleep schedule. I am sending this to you, to a horror channel on YouTube, because I think the only people who might actually believe me are the ones who already listen to strangers talk in the dark for fun. My name is Aaron. I am 38 years old, and I live in Knoxville, Tennessee, in a one-bedroom apartment off Middlebrook Pike that always smells faintly like somebody else's cooking. I work retail. I drive a silver Honda Civic that rattles when it idles. I pay my rent late enough that my landlord sighs when he sees me, but not late enough to post a notice on my door. I do not drink. I do not take anything stronger than ibuprofen. Nobody has ever told me I am schizophrenic, bipolar, or anything like that. If this story makes me sound crazy, that is fine. I am not asking you to fix me. I just need someone other than me to know what happened. Most nights, for the last few years, have looked exactly the same. I clock out from whatever shift they put me on, drive home past the same Walgreens and shuttered strip malls, grab something cheap from the gas station if I am too tired to cook, and collapse on a second-hand sofa I bought from the very store I used to work at. I turn on the TV, but keep the volume low, because my upstairs neighbor falls asleep with his own TV blaring, and I do not need both. If you were here right now, You would probably think my place sounds like every other small apartment in America. There is the AC unit plugged into the living room window, rattling in this constant nervous way, like it is shaking apart one loose screw at a time. Every few minutes, the fridge in the corner lets out this low, animal growl as the compressor kicks in, then fades back to a faint buzz. Through the ceiling, my neighbor's TV leaks down as a muffled wash of voices and laugh tracks I never see the faces for. And under all that, like a blanket someone forgot to fold, there is the highway. Even at midnight, even at 3 in the morning, I-40 never really stops. Out here, it is just a steady hiss, like somebody left a giant radio between stations on the other side of town and turned the volume all the way down but not off. For most of my life, that noise, that whole messy stack of sounds, was comforting. The world humming along meant nothing was wrong. If you have ever lived alone, you know what I mean. Silence is not peaceful when you are by yourself. Silence feels like being watched. So for years, my nights were simple. Cheap burrito, tired feet on thrift store coffee table, some rerun I was not really watching, AC rattling, fridge grumbling, neighbor's TV, highway static. I scrolled my phone until my eyes hurt. Then I killed the lights and let the machines sing me to sleep. That was the routine. Boring, normal, safe. The first sign that something was wrong was not a shadow in the hallway or a face in a window. It was a sound that should not have existed. A sound that did not belong to any machine I owned. The first time I noticed it, I had been back from work maybe half an hour. I was still in my uniform polo, name tag tossed on the coffee table. Some talking head show murmured on the TV with captions on, and I was half reading, half scrolling through my email. The AC rattled. The fridge hummed. The upstairs TV bled down. A car's bass thumped once as it passed outside. Then, just for a heartbeat, everything stopped. The AC shut off, mid-rattle. The fridge cut out between rumbles. Even the upstairs TV seemed to hit a perfectly silent frame. The highway hiss outside went thin, like it ducked behind a wall. I remember lifting my head, because the absence of noise was so heavy, it felt like someone had thrown a blanket over my face. It could not have been more than a second. 2, at most. And in that second, from somewhere just to my right, next to my ear, I heard 3 gentle taps. Not on the wall, not at the door, right next to my shoulder. Clock, clock, clock. They were not loud. That is what unnerved me the most. They had the small, definite sound of knuckles on wood. The sound you make when you are sitting beside someone and you want them to look at you without saying their name. Then the fridge roared back to life. The AC coughed on. The upstairs TV laughed. A truck downshifted on the highway, and the moment was gone. I sat there, breathing too fast, staring at the empty air to my right. There was nothing there except a dent in the sofa cushion and the armrest. No wooden side table, no chair, nothing anybody could knock on. I told myself I was tired, that every building has these little pockets of silence when the cycles line up. And I just happened to notice this one because my brain was looking for something to be anxious about. You can explain away one sound. You can explain away one bad night. But this did not just happen once. The second time, I was brushing my teeth with the TV off and the lights low. Same thing. AC shuddering, fridge clicking, upstairs TV muffled, highway like distant surf. Then that unnatural perfect gap. And in the middle of it, from the living room where I had just been sitting, clock, clock, clock. By the third night, I was waiting for it, listening not for the sounds, but for that one fraction of a second when the world cut out and something else moved into the empty space it left behind. It always came from the same spot, right next to where I sit, right where an invisible wooden armrest would be. You do not have to believe any of this yet. I am only telling you how it started, because if I just jumped to the ugliest parts, you might think I was dreaming the whole thing. The truth is, this did not begin in my apartment at all. It started months earlier, under buzzing fluorescent lights in a thrift store just off Kingston Pike, on a regular Tuesday, when a box truck backed up to our loading dock full of someone else's life. It started with a stupid used armchair we should have never put out on the floor, and with a woman who should have stayed dead in her living room on a hill outside the city. And before I go any further, I need you to understand something I did not understand then. The chair I am about to tell you about. I am pretty sure it is in more than one place at once. It might even be near you right now if you like used furniture and you have ever sat down just for a second in a chair that felt like it was already waiting for somebody. Before any of this followed me home, it was just another shift at the store. If you live in Knoxville and you have ever driven down Kingston Pike near the interstate, you have probably seen places like it 100 times. Ours sat at the edge of a wide, tired parking lot, stitched with oil stains and old gum, the kind of asphalt that always looks wet, even on a dry day. A line of shopping carts leaned against each other, like they were holding each other up. At night, the lot glowed under flickering sodium lights that gave everything a sick orange tint. During the day, it just looked washed out. The automatic glass door at the front never quite opened on time. It would study you for half a second as you approached, then jerk open like it had just remembered its job. Inside was worse. The air was always a couple of degrees too cold, and the light was that harsh neon white fluorescent that makes everyone look half dead, even the kids. Rows of tubes buzzed overhead, some of them with flies trapped inside the plastic covers. The smell was its own thing. Part cheap lemon cleaner splashed on tile and never quite rinsed. Part plastic off-gassing from old toys and electronics. Part old paper from shelves of donated paperbacks nobody would ever finish. And underneath it all, the flat, wet stink of mildew hiding in curtains and couch cushions that had sat too long in somebody's damp basement. If you stood still in the middle of the store and closed your eyes, you could map the whole space by sound alone. Overhead, the HVAC system hummed in a constant heavy way, like a plane engine that never lands. Sometimes the vents rattled when the fan kicked harder. From the ceiling speakers, the intercom crackled every few songs with a tinny, "Attention, associates," followed by my manager's voice asking for a price check or announcing a color tag sale. Between the announcements, there was always some cheerful, overplayed song dulled down to background noise. In the back, behind the double doors, the staff fridge in the break room buzzed in a higher register, and the little ice machine in the corner clicked and groaned as it dropped fresh cubes into a plastic bin. That was my world. 8 hours a day, sometimes more. My job was simple on paper. I worked in receiving and sales floor. That meant I was the one who rolled open the big metal door in the back when people pulled up with a car full of donations or when the box trucks came in. I lifted their old lives out of their trunks and truck beds. Bags of clothes that still smelled like somebody's laundry detergent, chipped dishes, children's toys with names written on the bottoms in Sharpie, furniture that had seen too many holidays. I'd tag what I could, trash what we could not sell, and drag it all out onto the sales floor. When it was slower, I floated out front, answered questions about prices, pretended not to notice when people haggled over a $3 lamp like it was a car payment. My manager, Rick, was one of those guys who had been in retail too long. Early 40s, thinning hair he tried to style anyway, permanent coffee stain on his travel mug. He had a sarcastic comment for everything, like it was his only shield against customers and upper management. He was not a bad guy, just tired in a way that never really sleeps. Up front, we had Lauren, a cashier barely out of her teens, who worked evenings between community college classes. She wore her dark hair in a messy bun, had a silver ring in her nose, and kept one earbud in whenever Rick was not looking. She could scan a cart full of junk without making eye contact and still somehow be polite. It was all so normal that looking back on it now feels like remembering someone else's life. There is nothing scary about a thrift store on Kingston Pike in the middle of the afternoon. Just fluorescent light and tired people trying to stretch their money. The day the chair arrived, the weather outside was bright and flat. The parking lot shimmered with heat. I was in the back, breaking down cardboard, when the rear door banged open and Rick came in from the hallway, smelling like cigarette smoke and coffee. "We scored, kid," he said, slapping a stack of papers down on the metal prep table. "Whole house up on the ridge. Widow died. Kids want everything gone." He said it the way you talk about winning a scratch-off ticket. Not cruel, just numb to the story behind the stuff. He flipped through the paperwork, tapping his finger on an address up in the hills outside town. "Estate clean out," he said. They took the photos and the paperwork. We get the fun part. Furniture, kitchen, linens, the works. Truck's on its way. Make some room out there. I wiped my hands on my jeans and rolled the big metal loading ramp into place. A few minutes later, a white box truck backed up to the dock, beeping loudly as it inched into position. The backup alarm echoed off the concrete walls of the delivery lane, sharp and annoying, cutting through the regular store, hum like a drill. When the engine cut, there was that brief, heavy quiet in the bay before the driver hopped out and rolled the back door up. Dust and the warm, closed-up smell of an old house spilled out with the first rush of air. We started unloading. First came the usual suspects: a floral sofa with flattened cushions, a couple of chipped dressers, a wobbly dining table with only 3 chairs, boxes of mismatched plates and cloudy glasses, a TV stand with ring marks where cups had bled condensation into the finish. There is a rhythm to unloading a life like that. You wedge your fingers under a heavy thing, count to 3, heave, and shuffle backward while trying not to slam your knuckles into the doorframe. You do not think about who used to sit on it or who learned to walk holding onto the edge. You just move it from one space to another. The chair came out maybe halfway through. At a glance, it was nothing special. A medium-sized armchair, the kind that sits in the corner of every older person's living room. The fabric had started as beige, but had faded in places to something like the color of old oatmeal. The cushion was slightly sagged in the middle, the exact shape of a human body that had sat there in the same way, in the same spot, day after day. What stood out were the armrests. They were made of dark-stained wood, curved gently where hands would fall. The finish was worn smooth and shiny where palms and fingers had polished it over the years. You could see the difference. Dull on the sides, glossy on top, like a permanent map of someone's grip. I grabbed one side, the driver grabbed the other, and we went to lift it. The second my fingers curled under the frame, my brain did a double take. It was heavy. Not just solid wood heavy, wrong heavy. There was no lever, no metal recliner mechanism hidden underneath, no built-in bed. It was supposed to just be a simple chair. But as we perched it on the edge of the truck and eased it toward the ramp, it dragged on my hands like there was a person still sitting in it that I could not see. Damn, I grunted. What's this thing made of? Lead? The driver laughed, adjusting his grip. Old folks' furniture, man. Built back when they thought they were going to live forever. When we set it down on the dolly, my palms tingled. It was not just the weight. For a moment, when I let go, it felt like I had been holding metal straight out of a freezer. The wood under the fabric had been that cold. I tried to shake it off. The loading bay was cooler than outside. Maybe the chair had been sitting in some air-conditioned room when they hauled it out. Maybe I was just sweaty and overreacting. Before I rolled it away, I did what I always do with furniture. I tipped it forward to look for a manufacturer's label. People ask what brand things are. Rick wants to price nice brands higher. Under the seat, stapled to the black dust cover, was the usual white tag with tiny print and legal warnings about not removing it under penalty of law. But taped next to it, yellowed and curling at the edges, was a piece of lined notebook paper. I wiped my hand on my shirt and flattened it enough to read. The handwriting was shaky, the kind of uneven blue ballpoint script you see on old checks and birthday cards. Do not sell. For family only. Someone, at some point, had dragged the pen across the word not, scratching at the letters like they could scrape them off the paper. They had not finished the job. The word looked half erased, but still there, like a throat half cleared, but not willing to speak. Hey, Rick, I called, holding the chair at an angle on the dolly so he could see. You see this? He walked over, squinting, reading the note without bending down. He snorted out a short laugh. Yeah, well, he said, straightening. Guess the family voted. You want me to take it off before we put it out? I asked. I do not know why I asked. Maybe because seeing that plea in that shaky handwriting made me feel like we were breaking some rule that did not belong to the store. Rick shrugged, already turning back to the truck. Leave it, he said. It'll be under the seat. Nobody looks under there anyway. Old hardwood. People used to build things to last. Tag it for $50 and park it with the living room stuff. I lowered the chair back onto its feet. The cushion bounced once, just a little, like something inside had shifted and resettled. As I started to roll it toward the double doors, I looked at the faded words one more time. Do not sell. For family only. I remember asking, half joking, half serious, why write that if they were just going to haul it off with the rest of the junk? Rick did not even turn around when he answered. He was already dragging a dresser toward me, his voice echoing a little in the loading bay. Because, he said, sometimes family really, really does not want what you leave behind. At the time, I thought he meant the chair. I know better now. We did not put the chair out right away. It sat in the back for a little while, half blocking the hallway between the loading bay and the doors to the sales floor, like it was waiting for us to decide what to do with it. Every time I squeezed past with a dolly, the wooden arm would brush my hip, and I would get that weird little prickle, like static without the shock. Eventually, Rick got tired of it lingering. Quit babysitting it, he said, waving a pricing gun at me tag it and get it out there. Living room deals. Someone will scoop it up. So I did what I was told. I slipped a plastic price tag onto one of the wooden arms, punched in $49.99, and, because I was feeling sarcastic, I scribbled "very comfortable" in the little description line. It felt like tempting fate to call it that, but at the time, I thought I was just being a smartass. I rolled it out through the swinging double doors into the main part of the store. The light seemed even harsher on the sales floor after the dimmer back hallway. The living room deals section sat on the right side, near the front windows. We tried to make it look like real living rooms, so people could imagine taking the stuff home. A second-hand flat-screen TV sitting dead and black on a particle board stand. A coffee table with a scratched glass top, nicked at the corners, reflecting the fluorescent tubes in long, broken lines. A fake plant in a chipped ceramic pot, leaves dusty and bent at unnatural angles. Two saggy armchairs in colors that might once have been fashionable, one a tired green, the other a kind of bruised blue. I parked the beige chair between the green armchair and the TV stand, angled it just so, like whoever sat there would have the perfect view of whatever show they pretended they were going to watch. I tugged the cushion into place, smoothed the fabric over the seat, and stepped back. In that moment, it looked harmless. Ugly, sure, old, definitely, but harmless. Just one more piece of somebody's life, priced and placed and waiting to be recycled. The rest of the afternoon blurred into the usual mix of slow customers and small tasks. I straightened shirts on racks, lifted lamps onto shelves, said, "No, ma'am, that sticker says $14.99, not $4.99, with the polite dead tone retail gives you after enough repetitions." By the time the sun went down, the store's big front windows turned into dark mirrors. The parking lot outside reflected back at us in smears of orange from the sodium lights. The music overhead dropped to a softer playlist. Evening always felt a little hollow in there, like the building was exhaling after the day shift. Around 9 p.m., it was almost empty. We closed at 10. Lauren was up front at the register, propped on a high stool, scanning a few last items for a couple in no hurry. One of her earbuds was in, and I could hear the faint hiss of whatever she was listening to bleeding out when the store music dipped between songs. The scanner beeped every few seconds. The overhead speakers hummed out a slow country track, turned down low. The AC vents hissed overhead, sending cold air down in lazy streams. From the back room, the fridge gave a little rumble, then settled back into its higher-pitched buzz. My lower back ached. It was the kind of deep, low pain you get from bending and lifting all day without really thinking about your posture. My feet throbbed in my shoes. My shoulders felt gritty. I stood at the end of an aisle of glassware, labeling a box of ugly vases, and looked over at the living room area. The beige chair sat there, neat and still, its price tag catching a bit of light, swinging just the slightest bit in the AC breeze. I told myself I deserved to sit down for a minute. Just a minute. I checked the front. Lauren was busy with her couple, both of them arguing in low, tired voices about whether they needed another blanket. No one was looking my way. Rick had gone home an hour earlier. I wiped my hands on my jeans, took a slow breath, and walked over. I can tell you every step of that short walk now. The way my shoes squeaked just once on a patch of floor that had been mopped earlier. The feel of the AC current sliding over my face as I crossed under a vent. The faint crackle of the intercom as a pre-recorded "store closes in 60 minutes" message buzzed and skipped at the edge of my hearing. I reached the chair. Up close, the fabric looked even more tired. Little pills of fuzz, where someone's legs had rubbed. A faint ring on one arm, from where a cup might have rested once and left a dark halo. I glanced toward the front again. Lauren had her head down, handing the couple their receipt. I turned, backed up, and lowered myself into the chair. The cushion gave just enough under my weight, like it was catching me. Not too soft, not too hard. My lower back sank into a molded curve that felt freakishly perfect, like it had been waiting for someone exactly my size and shape. My shoulders rolled back, and the top of the chair cradled my neck. My head found a hollow in the upper cushion without me even hunting for a comfortable spot. It was already there, the place where someone's skull had rested 1,000 times, worn down the padding just so. The first thing I noticed was the relief. The pain in my back loosened. My feet stopped screaming. My eyelids felt heavier than they had all day. I leaned my head back fully and let out a breath I did not realize I'd been holding. The fluorescent lights above washed everything in stretched, colorless lines. Somewhere overhead, a country singer mumbled about heartbreak. The AC whispered. The fridge in the back rattled, coughed, hummed. A car outside honked once, far away. I started to tune it all out, the way you do when you are really tired and sounds become a blanket instead of a list. I remember thinking, I could fall asleep right here if I am not careful. Then, one by one, the sounds stepped away. The music overhead cut off mid-verse, like someone had yanked the O cable. The AC's hiss faded and dropped, not to a lower volume, but to nothing at all. No motor, no wind. The backroom fridge stopped humming. Even the faint hum of lights, the subtle ring in my ears I had learned to ignore, dimmed. There was no noise from the street, no rustle of clothes on racks, no cough up front from a customer. Nothing. The store was still fully lit. Every fluorescent tube burned, white and relentless. But somehow, in that bright box of a building, the world went completely silent. It was not like it got quieter. It was like someone had hit mute on reality. At first, I thought my ears had popped. I swallowed, opened my jaw a little, like you do on a plane. Nothing changed. It was like being underwater, without the muffled rush. As I sat there, in that drilled-out silence, a feeling crawled up my spine. Not cold, exactly, just wrong. Then right next to my right ear, so close I could have sworn I would feel breath if there had been any, I heard 3 taps on wood. Clock, clock, clock. They were precise, not frantic, just insistent. Knuckles on the wooden armrest I was not touching. Every muscle in my body jumped. My eyes flew open wider than I thought they could. And with that jerk, the world crashed back in all at once. Music snapped on again, mid-chorus. The AC roared to life, blasting cold air down on my face. From the back, a compressor kicked so loud it echoed. Somewhere up front, the door chime dinged faintly as someone went out. The silence was gone so completely, it felt like I had made it up. I shoved my hands against the arms of the chair and pushed myself up. The wood under my palms felt hard and ordinary. But as my fingers left it, something like ice water slid from the back of my neck down between my shoulder blades, stopping just above my spine, like a hand lifting away. I staggered one step forward, heart pounding too fast, and grabbed the edge of the coffee table to steady myself. From the front of the store, the intercom cracked to life with a burst of static. "Aaron!" Lauren's voice came through, thin and warbling through the cheap speaker. "Aaron, I've been paging you for like a minute. Are you okay?" I looked up. The little red light on the intercom panel near the ceiling was blinking. I had not heard it come on. I had not heard her page me. "How long?" I called back, my throat dry. She leaned out from the register, one earbud dangling. "Like a minute, seriously. You were just sitting there." I glanced at the clock over the housewares aisle. The minute hand had jumped a couple of ticks since I had first sat down. I could have sworn it had been 10, maybe 15 seconds. I rubbed the back of my neck. My skin still felt cold and slightly damp, like someone had been pressing their palm there. When I looked back at the chair, nothing was different. Beige fabric, wooden arms, cushion slightly dented where I had just been. The price tag swung lazily, except on the right armrest, where my hand had been, there was a darker smear in the fabric, a subtle oval patch a shade or two deeper than the rest. If I had not known exactly where to look, I might have missed it. It looked like someone with a damp hand had rested it there for a long, long time. I told myself it was sweat from my own palm. That made sense. I was tired. The store was cold. My body was confused. The silence. A glitch in the sound system. The knocks. Maybe the building settling. Or my pulse in my ears. I told myself all of that, standing there under the buzzing lights, my heart tripping over itself, while Lauren went back to scrolling her phone. If it had stopped there, I would have blamed exhaustion. You can write off one silence, 3 knocks, one weird chair. You cannot write off the video we saw the next week. For a while after that first night, I convinced myself not to make a big deal out of it. You have a moment like that in an empty store. You either laugh it off or you quit on the spot. I could not afford to quit, so I laughed it off. At least, that is what I told myself I was doing. I did not sit in the beige chair again, though. Tired or not, sore or not, I found somewhere else to lean when my back ached. A shelf, a wall, the edge of a rolling rack. Anywhere but that cushion that had swallowed me whole and spit me back out 2 minutes later. The customers did not know any better. To them, it was just another piece on the floor, which is how the little things started to stack up. The first one was a woman in her late 40s, maybe early 50s. Type you see a lot in a thrift store. Worn but put together, hair pulled back, still in her work clothes. She came in with her husband on a Thursday evening, both of them smelling faintly like fast food and cigarette smoke. They drifted through lamps and picture frames, talking quietly about bills, until the living room section caught her eye. She saw the chair and made a sound in her throat like she had just recognized a long-lost friend. "Oh, this looks comfy," she said, running her hand along the wooden arm. "My grandma used to have one just like this." I was nearby, straightening a stack of VHS tapes nobody had rented in a decade. I watched her lower herself into the chair the same way I had, careful, testing the cushion, then giving into it. Her face changed almost instantly. The lines on her forehead smoothed out. Her eyes softened. Her shoulders dropped, as if someone had taken a heavy grocery bag out of her hands. Her husband smiled, the tired creases at the corners of his mouth easing. "There you go," he said. "Finally, something you like." "The back on this," she sighed, "feels like it's holding me." I pasted on my helpful associate expression and stepped closer. "It's solid," I said. "Old hardwood, built to last." That was what Rick had told me, and it sounded store-appropriate enough. While we talked price and the logistics of getting it into their faded minivan, I noticed something. It was subtle, but once you hear it, you cannot unhear it. The music overhead thinned out, like someone had turned the treble way down and moved the speakers to the far end of the building. The AC hum dropped, not entirely, but to a duller, more distant murmur. The beeps from Lauren's register at the front sounded like they were coming through a tunnel. It felt like the chair was the one in focus, and everything else was fading into the background. I looked up at the vents, then around at the speakers. Nothing had changed physically, but the sound, it had stepped back. "Yeah," the woman was saying, nestling deeper. "I could fall asleep right here." Her husband laughed. "Not now, you don't. We still got half the store to go through." He got his hands under her elbows to help her up. It felt weirdly intimate, watching a stranger try to lift another stranger out of a chair I was already suspicious of. She did not move. At first, I thought she was playing around, just leaning into the comfort. But the smile on her face twitched and folded. Her brows pulled in. "Okay," she murmured, trying to push off the arms. "Hold up. That's weird." Her fingers flexed against the wood. Her knuckles went white. "Come on," her husband said, now actually pulling. "You stuck. It feels like..." She let out a nervous laugh that had no humor in it. "Like someone's holding my shoulders down. I'm serious." I stepped closer. "Ma'am, are you all right?" The sound around us thinned another hair, like someone had shut a door on the rest of the store. I realized I could not hear the break room fridge at all anymore. It had been a constant backdrop since I had started there. She sucked in a breath, braced herself, and gave a full body heave. Her husband pulled at the same time. There was a small squeak from the cushion, a faint creak from the frame, and then she was up, stumbling forward into him. The second she was on her feet, everything rushed back. Music at normal volume, AC hissing, distant fridge buzz. "Damn," she said, shivering off some invisible touch. "That thing does not want to let go, does it?" Her husband chuckled, more relieved than amused. "Guess it's too comfortable, huh?" She looked at the chair like she was reconsidering everything about it. The interest in her eyes had curdled into something closer to distrust. "You know what?" she said, smoothing her shirt. "Let's keep looking." That was the end of that sale. They moved on. When she turned away, I saw it again. On the right armrest, in the same place as before, the fabric was slightly darker, like a damp handprint gently fading. I told myself they had just been sitting too long, that the sound shift was in my head, the way you notice your own heartbeat when a song ends. I told myself a lot of things that week. The second incident made it harder to keep pretending. It was a Saturday afternoon, busier than usual. Half the city seemed to have decided to dump their unwanted stuff on us and replace it with someone else's unwanted stuff. I was dragging a mattress toward the back when I saw a grandmother and a little boy drift into the living room area. The woman was small, white hair curled tight against her scalp, purse clutched to her chest. The boy was maybe 6 or 7, buzzing with that bored energy kids get when they have been running errands all day. "Sit for a second if you are tired," she told him, patting the beige chair. "Let Grandma look at these tables." He plopped down into the cushion, legs dangling. For once, the sound in the store did not dip. The music stayed steady. I was almost disappointed. I turned away to wrestle the mattress the rest of the way through the doors. By the time I came back, the boy was standing again, but not next to the chair. He had moved in front of the dead TV on the stand across from it, staring at the black screen. The TV was not plugged in. It was just a glossy rectangle reflecting the living room setup and the fluorescent ceiling. The boy stood very still. Kids are noisy, even when they are quiet. Their bodies fidget, their feet tap. He was not fidgeting. "Hey, buddy," I said, trying to sound friendly. "You doing okay?" He did not look at me. He just lifted one hand and pointed at the screen. "She's in there," he said. I frowned. "Who?" "The grandma in the chair." He said it like it was obvious. I looked at the actual chair. Empty. Cushion puffed back up, tag swinging. Then I looked at the TV screen. All I saw at first was what I expected. The reflection of the empty beige chair, the coffee table, the fake plant, the aisle behind it, a slice of my own body standing off to the side. But the longer I stared at the reflection, the more my stomach started to knot. The top of the chair, in the glass, seemed wrong. There was a darker shape against it, just off-center, like hair piled up on a headrest. A shadow that did not match anything in the real display. I blinked hard. The shape was gone. It had probably been a smudge, a smear from someone's hand on the glass. In the air-conditioned chill of the store, a bead of sweat crawled down my back. "Come on, Jason," the boy's grandmother called from the next aisle, unaware. "Don't bother the man." He finally looked at me then. His eyes were that clear, flat brown kids have when they are not trying to impress you. "She was sitting in it," he whispered. "In the TV. But she's not sitting in it out here. How come?" I did not have an answer, so I just said, "Must have been your reflection," even though the words tasted wrong. He shrugged like he did not believe me anyway and ran off to join his grandmother. After that, I started keeping my distance from the chair as much as I could. I straightened cushions with one hand, quick. I adjusted the tag without letting my fingers rest on the wood. If someone asked me about it, I tried to steer them toward a different seat. Still, it was my job to make the place look presentable. Every time someone sat in it and left it crooked, I had to go over and nudge it back into its imaginary perfect living room. Every time my skin brushed the wooden arms, that cold ran through me. Not the refreshing kind. A flat, dense cold, like touching the metal railing of a fire escape in January. It did not belong in a climate-controlled store in Tennessee summer. Little comments started trickling in too. "That thing is too hard to get out of," a younger guy said, laughing nervously as he pushed himself up. "Feels like I'm sinking," an older lady muttered, wriggling her shoulders like she was shrugging off unseen hands. Nobody used the word haunted. Nobody screamed or burst into tears. It was all small, deniable. But the more they brushed it off, the more my nerves felt like wires stripped of insulation. The last straw in that string of little things came from a man old enough to be my father. He came in alone, wearing a collared shirt with his company's logo, a pair of work boots, and the kind of tired posture that says someone has been on their feet for decades. He walked straight to the living room area, scanned the chairs, and lowered himself into the beige one with a sigh. I watched from the end of an aisle, pretending to be busy with a box of picture frames. He sat silently for a moment, eyes half closed, like he was testing it. The air around us seemed to grow thicker, and again I felt that weird soft drop in background noise, like the store had taken one step back to give the chair privacy. Then his eyes snapped open. He looked straight at me, as if he had known I was watching the whole time. "You work here?" he asked. "Yeah," I said, coming closer. "You finding what you need?" He patted the armrest with one hand. "This is a good chair," he said. "Sturdy, holds you." "Built to last," I echoed, because that was our line. He studied my face for a second, then his own hand, where it rested on the wood. His fingers flexed once, like he was feeling for a pulse in the grain. "You get this from a house clean-out?" he asked. "Yeah," I said slowly. "Up in the hills. Widow passed away." He hummed, a low sound in his throat, and pushed himself up. He did not struggle. He came out of it easily, like the chair had decided to let him go. He took a half step toward me, close enough that I could smell sawdust and sweat on his shirt. When he spoke again, his voice dropped just a notch, too quiet for anyone else to hear. "Whoever owned that before you," he said, nodding at the chair, "still thinks it's theirs." The hairs on my arms stood up. He walked away without another word, leaving the chair slightly angled. I stood there, staring at it, listening to the AC return to its full hiss and the music swell to normal, trying to pretend my heart had not just kicked twice as hard at that sentence. He did not buy the chair. Nobody did, not yet. But from that moment on, every time I passed it, I could not shake the feeling that I was walking by someone sitting very, very still, waiting for the right person to sit down and not get back up. It took a couple more days for the chair to graduate from weird to something I could not file away under bad vibes. I was in the back one slow afternoon, cutting open a box of donated board games, when I heard Rick call my name from the office. His voice had that particular edge that meant he was annoyed, but trying not to show it. "Aaron," he said, leaning halfway out the door, a cordless phone pressed to his shoulder. "Got a minute?" I wiped the cardboard dust off my hands and stepped into the office. It was a small room at the back of the store, crammed with metal filing cabinets, half-broken office chairs, and a desk covered in everything except clear space. A tiny fan on the corner pushed warm air in circles. Rick rolled his eyes and hit the speaker button. "Tell him what you just told me," he said, setting the phone on the desk. A woman's voice fuzzed through the cheap speaker, already mid-breathless sentence. "And I'm not crazy, okay? I know what I saw. We were in housewares, looking at those ugly rooster plates, and I glanced over toward the living room stuff, and that beige chair, the one with the little sign, it moved, like somebody sat down when nobody was there." I felt the back of my neck prickle. "Ma'am, this is Aaron," Rick said smoothly. "He's our floor guy. He's gonna check the cameras for you, all right?" There was a rustle on the other end, a sigh, then the woman again. "Look, I don't want anything from you," she said. "I just thought if there's some kind of, I don't know, hazard, maybe the floor is uneven, or someone could get hurt. It slid. I swear it slid." "About what time was this?" I asked, trying to keep my voice neutral. She thought for a second. "We left a little before 9, she said. "So, maybe 8:30? I'm not sure. You had that song on about trucks and heartbreak, and my husband made a joke about it. That narrowed it down less than she thought. But it was something." I thanked her. Rick thanked her, and he hung up. He leaned back in his chair and gave me a look somewhere between amused and exasperated. "All right, Ghostbuster," he said. "Go pull last night around then. Living room camera. Let's see our haunted chair in action." I tried to smile, but my mouth felt dry. In the corner of the office, mounted on the wall above the desk, was our CCTV monitor, a cheap flat screen showing a grid of black and white feeds from around the store. The dome camera over the living room area was labeled Cam 3 in grainy white letters. Our system was basic, no sound, just video. Each feed had that slight fisheye distortion that made the edges of the frame bow out and warped straight lines into curves. In the bottom right corner of each box, a little timestamp flickered numbers in a blocky font, sometimes skipping, sometimes freezing for a second, then catching up. I sat down at the desk, nudged the mouse until the screen woke fully and clicked into Cam 3, bringing it up full screen. The image popped into focus, a wide, high-angle view of the living room display. The dead TV, the coffee table, the fake plant, the green and blue armchairs, and, dead center in the frame, the beige chair. Even in black and white, the texture of its fabric looked tired. The price tag hung from one arm, a small bright rectangle. "All right," Rick said, leaning over my shoulder, close enough that I could smell his coffee breath. "Roll it back to last night, like 8 to 9. Let's see our phantom interior decorator." I pulled up the date and scrubbed backward until the timestamp read 20. Then I hit play. The sped-up footage showed the store moving through time like an ant farm. People flickered in and out of frame, blurry shapes drifting in to sit, stand, wander off. The chair stayed in its spot, cushion rising and falling as different bodies tried it out. I slowed the playback and the timestamp approached 2030. The motion calmed down. Fewer customers. Lauren's head appeared and disappeared at the edge of the frame behind the register. At 8:37 p.m., according to the stuttering timestamp, the living room area was empty. No customers, no employees. The beige chair sat still, tag visible, cushion puffed. "Okay," Rick muttered. "So far, nothing." I was about to speed it up again when something changed. It was subtle at first. The cushion under the chair's imaginary occupant sank. Not all at once. Not like someone had bumped into it. It went down in a slow, even curve, the kind of indentation you get when a person eases themselves into a seat, shoulders back, weight settling. There was nobody there. No legs walking into frame. No blur passing in front. Just the chair and the cushion depressing like a deep breath being taken. My skin crawled. You have to remember, the feed was silent. Technically, there was no sound. But as I watched the cushion go down, my brain filled in what it should have heard. The gentle creak of fabric stretching. The faint thunk of wood joints adjusting under weight. The whisper of air being pushed out of old foam. I realized I was holding my breath, like the chair. "Okay," Rick said, half laughing now, the sound catching in his throat. "That's creepy. I'll give you that." The cushion stayed sunken for about 20 seconds, long enough for someone to sit, sigh, think about their life, the way you do in a chair that fits you too well. Then, just as slowly, it rose. The depression eased out, the fabric smoothing over, the foam rebounding inch by inch, as if whoever had been there was standing up. Nobody appeared. Nobody walked away. The frame remained empty except for furniture. I felt a muscle in my jaw twitch. Could be, I don't know, vibration from the road, Rick said. He sounded like he was trying to convince himself. Truck going by, building settling. These cameras are glitchy too. Maybe the frame lagged, then jumped. "You just saw the cushion move, man," I said quietly. He shrugged. "I saw pixels change on a cheap screen." His eyes never left the chair. For a second, I imagined the store as it would have been at that exact moment. Lauren up front, ringing someone through. The music droning, the AC blowing, and in the middle of it, that chair, apparently empty, holding someone nobody else could see. "Hey," Rick said suddenly, "go back a little, slower. Let's see it again." I dragged the playhead backward, inch by inch, until the timestamp read 20:36:45. Then I inched forward, frame by frame, tapping the arrow key. Empty chair, empty chair, empty chair. Then, the cushion, frozen mid-curve, midway to fully depressed. Right there. Rick leaned closer. "Hold it there." I stared. Something about that still frame prickled at my eyes. It was not just the cushion. "Check the table," I muttered. In front of the chair, the glass-top coffee table caught a warped reflection of everything above it. The ceiling lights as bright streaks, the outlines of the chairs, the TV. In the reflection, the beige shape of the chair looked slightly distorted, as expected, with the fisheye and the angle. But there was something else nestled in the warped image. A hunched outline, darker than the rest, slumped where the cushion dip was. A bent shape that suggested shoulders and a head leaning forward. Where the face should have been in that reflection, there was a pale oval, fuzzed around the edges, with two darker pits where eyes might be. I blinked hard. My brain tried to file it under lighting artifact or smudge, but the shape was too intentional. I tapped the arrow key once more. Next frame, the cushion a little lower, the reflection warped differently, and the figure, whatever it had been, was gone. Just glass, glare, and furniture. "Did you see that?" I asked. Rick hesitated for a second too long. "See what?" he said, like someone reciting a line they have used before. "The reflection," I said, "on the table. There was..." I looked again, but the moment had passed. On replay, at normal speed, it was just a flicker of light. "Man, you're going to give yourself a stroke staring at that," Rick said, forcing a chuckle. "We can barely afford the internet, Bill. You think someone's out here editing ghost videos into our DVR for fun?" He nudged the mouse aside with his knuckles and went to rewind the clip again, this time overshooting. The footage blurred backward, chairs and people flowing in reverse. For a second, the timestamp in the corner froze. The numbers blurred, then snapped into a different order. 06, Phi, 09, 1997, 3 of 14. The image on the screen during that half second did not look like our store. The layout was wrong, more like a cramped living room than a retail floor. A window frame, heavy curtains, a lamp with a fringed shade. Something that could have been the same chair under a patterned blanket. Then, just as quick, the timestamp flickered back to the current year, current date. The store snapped back into view. "Whoa," I said. "What was that?" Rick frowned, jiggling the mouse. "What was what?" "The time," I said, pointing. "It jumped to, I don't know, some date before the store even opened, and the room looked different." He tapped the monitor casing with the flat of his hand, like you do with an old TV. "This piece of junk freezes all the time," he said. "Half the cameras are running off the same broken box. You smear the playback bar too fast. Of course it hiccups, but..." He cut me off with a shrug, already turning away. "Look, lady's gonna get a call back that we checked, and there's nothing unsafe. Chair didn't walk across the room. Nobody fell. If we're lucky, she comes back, decides it's a sign, and buys the damn thing." He clapped a hand on my shoulder. It felt warm, alive, normal. "You good?" he asked. "Yeah," I lied. "I'm good." He left me there with the screen still paused on an empty, motionless chair under buzzing lights. I sat for another minute, replaying those few seconds over and over, watching the cushion go down under invisible weight, listening in my head to the sound the fabric would have made, the slightest creak, the soft shift of wood. The timestamp in the corner blinked away, steady and boring again, pretending it had never been anything else. Cheap system bug, I told myself, just like Rick said, but the number 1997 stuck in the back of my mind like something sharp you stepped on and could not find later. And the more I tried to forget that blurry, hunched reflection on the table, the more clearly I could see it when I closed my eyes. After the camera thing, I did what people do when the world starts to tilt a little. I tried to shove it back into place with logic. If you let yourself believe too fast, you go from "that was weird" to seeing faces in every shadow. I had seen people like that come through the store. Folks who smelled like stale smoke and panic, muttering about demons living in microwaves. I did not want to be one of them. So I made a list in my head of all the normal reasons I might be acting like an idiot over a chair. For one, I was tired. I'd been working long shifts, picking up extra hours whenever someone called out. Retail is death by 1,000 repetitions. Stand, lift, smile, apologize, repeat. My sleep schedule was trash. On closing nights, I would get home wired from fluorescent light and cheap coffee, scroll my phone until 2 or 3 in the morning, then drag myself out of bed 6 or 7 hours later, feeling like my brain had been left on the dashboard. Speaking of coffee, I drank too much of it. 3-4 cups a day, plus whatever energy drink was on sale at the gas station. My hands jittered sometimes, even when I was not scared. Then there were the regular stressors that come with being 38 and not where you thought you would be. The Civic was making a grinding noise whenever I turned left. I did not have the money to deal with it properly, so I just turned the radio up. My electric bill had a bright red "past due" stamp on it. The math I did in my head on the way to work was less about ghosts and more about which payment I could delay without losing something essential. My ex had started texting again out of nowhere, dropping little bombs like, "Do you ever think about if we'd stayed?" at 1 in the morning, then going silent when I answered. You stack enough of that on anyone, and their brains start seeing patterns where there are none, right? People see ghosts when their lives are already falling apart. It is easier, sometimes, to think the universe is messing with you than to admit that you are just tired and broke and alone. That was the speech I gave myself as I walked past the living room section 20 times a day, carefully not looking directly at the beige chair. And honestly, some days it almost worked. The clip of the cushion sinking and rising could have been a glitch. The reflection on the table could have been a smear. The weird timestamp? Cheap system. Everyone knows old DVRs do weird things. If I repeated those lines enough, they started to sound like truth. Until the chair pushed back. It happened near closing one Wednesday. The store was in that in-between state, still officially open, but the air had that half-empty feel, like a party winding down. Music overhead played softer. I could hear the AC more clearly than the chorus. I was doing my last round, picking up hangers, straightening pillows, making everything look like it had been this neat all day. When I got to living room, someone had left the beige chair skewed at a bad angle, half blocking the aisle. I stood there for a second just looking at it. It was pointed toward the front now, not the TV, like whoever had been sitting there had turned to watch the door instead. "Move, damn thing," I muttered, grabbing the right armrest to swivel it back. The instant my palm wrapped around the wood, a sharp, bright pain zipped across the fleshy part under my thumb. "Shit," I hissed, yanking my hand back on reflex. A thin red line bloomed across my skin, from the base of my thumb toward the center of my palm, as clean as if someone had drawn it with a razor-sharp nail. It stung, not deep enough to bleed heavily, but enough to make my eyes water. I stared at the mark, heart thudding. I checked the armrest, ran my uninjured fingers along the grain, searching for anything that could have sliced me. It was smooth, old and worn, and polished by years of contact, but smooth. No splinters, no metal edge, no staple sticking out. I dug my nail into it, harder this time, trying to feel something sharp. Nothing. It was just a piece of wood. The skin on my palm pulsed. The line was already starting to raise, a faint welt. The shape of it bothered me. It did not look like a splinter. It looked like the curve of a finger drawn across my hand from the far side. I wrapped it in a paper towel, squeezed until the sting dulled, and told myself I had just missed a rough patch, that my nerves were primed to see patterns now. When I went up front to grab a bandage from under the register, Lauren was leaning on the counter, chin in her hand, watching me with her earbuds slung around her neck for once. "What happened to you?" she asked, squinting at my hand as I fumbled with the box. "Furniture bit me," I said. "Hazard of the job." She did not laugh. "I don't like that chair," she said instead. The bandage wrapper crackled between my fingers. "Which one?" I asked, even though I knew. She tilted her head toward living room, eyes flicking in that direction and away. "The beige one," she said, with the old lady vibe. "It creeps me out." "Customers love it," I lied. "Customers sit in it," she said. "I have to walk past it after close when everyone is gone." She shuddered a little. "Last night, I was doing trash, and I went by there, and I swear..." She stopped, like she was making a decision. "I swear, someone breathed in my ear," she finished. "Right here." She tapped the air just behind her right ear, like an old person. That tired breathing, but there was no oxygen tank hiss, no nothing. Just this. She made a sound, low and drawn out, like a bag inflating and deflating. "It was right on my neck," she whispered. "I turned around so hard I almost fell over. Nobody was there." The hairs on my arms stood up in sympathy. "Probably the AC vent," I said automatically. She shook her head. "AC blows down. This was like someone leaning in." She rubbed her ear absently, then forced a little laugh. "Whatever," she said. "I watch too many of those ghost videos, I know. My brain likes to scare itself." She popped one earbud back in, but the look she gave me over the counter was searching, like she wanted me to say I felt it too. I did not. I just taped the bandage tight around my palm and stuffed my hand into my pocket so I did not have to look at it. The next day, the welt was a faint pink line. Every time I gripped anything, box cutter, cart handle, steering wheel, I felt it as a reminder. Rick, of course, wanted none of it. Word gets around in a place like that. You do not need to say haunted for people to spread the idea of it. A couple of employees made jokes. One of the guys from the back started calling it the vampire chair after a customer said it sucked the life out of her. Rick pulled me aside near the sorter table, away from customers' ears. "Okay," he said quietly, arms folded. "We are not doing this." "Doing what?" "The whole, spooky chair thing," he said. "You want to tell ghost stories on your own time? Fine. But do not be telling customers Or new hires, this place is haunted. Corporate hears that. They'll have my ass. I haven't told customers anything, I said. That much was true. He sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Every store I've ever worked in, somebody decides one thing is cursed, he said. At my last job, it was a box of clown dolls. Before that, it was a dressing room mirror. People get bored. They start needing drama. He looked at me harder. We sell used stuff, he said. Used stuff comes with stories. Some of them are sad. Most of them are just life. We are not in the demon business. We are in the move this junk out the door business. Got it? Got it, I said. If a customer says something moved, we say we checked the cameras and the floor is fine, he went on. If they say they got a weird vibe, we say maybe the color's not their thing. We do not say, oh yeah, that chair belongs to a ghost grandma. Understood? Understood, I repeated. He clapped my shoulder, lighter this time. Good. Now go price those lamps, and maybe lay off the late-night horror channels, yeah? I wanted to tell him I had not watched any since this started, that the last thing I needed was more fuel. I did not. We closed on time that night. The last customers left in a trail of jingling door chimes and muttered goodbyes. We did the sweep, gathering abandoned carts and hangers. Lauren counted out the drawer while I dragged trash bags to the back. We shut down the music. One by one, the lights over different sections went out until only the front row and the emergency strips stayed on. The store, stripped of sound and color, became a grid of dark shapes and blank aisles. Lauren locked the side door and waved goodnight, heading to her car, phone already in hand. Rick killed the neon open sign and disappeared into the office to print the next day's schedule. I stood alone in the vestibule by the front glass door, keys in my hand. The parking lot outside was a sea of black asphalt and scattered cars under buzzing orange lights. As I raised my hand to flip the last row of switches, something made me look back. Maybe it was habit. Maybe it was that itch between my shoulders. Through the glass, the store became a dim reflection of the lot behind me. My own shape, the glow of the street, the faint double image of the aisles. The living room section sat in that layered view, just visible from the angle of the door. I saw the beige chair. It was where it should be. But in the reflection, it did not look empty. For a split second, I saw a darker shape in it. A hunched figure, small, compact, shoulders forward, as if leaning toward the exit. A pale suggestion where a face should be, turned in my direction. I froze, breath catching. I turned around, away from the glass, to look directly into the store through the door. The chair sat there alone. No figure, no shadow beyond what the low light and my own imagination could have cast. I swallowed, pulse booming in my ears. I turned back to the glass, half expecting, half dreading, to see the reflection alive again. Nothing. Just my own startled face, the parking lot, the faint, ghosted outlines of furniture. The chair looked like a chair again. As I stood there, trying to decide whether I had just scared myself over a trick of light, a car horn blared out on the road. A short, angry honk that slapped the night air. I jumped hard enough that the keys nearly slipped from my hand. The sound faded. The hum of the lot returned. I locked the door, checked it twice, and walked to my car with my eyes fixed straight ahead, doing my best not to see the store windows turning into dark mirrors behind me. The man who finally gave her a name walked in on a Tuesday afternoon when the store felt half asleep. It was one of those dull, gray days where the light outside never quite makes up its mind. Not sunny, not storming, just a flat lid of clouds over Knoxville. The kind of day that turns the parking lot into a sheet of faded asphalt and makes everyone's mood match the sky. I was in the hardware aisle, pretending to organize donated tools that should probably all have gone straight in the trash, when the bell on the front door dinged. I heard Rick mumble a greeting from the register area, then the slow, heavy steps of someone who knew exactly what they were looking for and did not have much time. A few minutes later, a guy rounded the corner into my aisle. He was mid-50s maybe, with a tan that came from actual outdoor work instead of vacations. He wore a faded construction company t-shirt, jeans dusted with drywall, and steel-toe boots that had seen better days. A tape measure hung off his belt. "Y'all got any of those bolt-together metal shelves?" he asked, nodding in my direction like he had already decided I was the one to bother. "Yeah," I said. "Over by the furniture, against the far wall. I can show you." He followed me, boots thudding on the tile in a slow, steady rhythm. When we came out of the aisle, we had to cut through living room deals to get to the shelving section. The beige chair sat in its usual spot, angled toward the dead TV, like a living room frozen mid-breath. We were halfway past it when the man stopped walking. Just stopped. His boots squeaked a little as his weight shifted. "Where did you get that?" he asked. I turned. His eyes were locked on the chair, not in the way customers usually looked at it, judging comfort, color, price, but like he was staring at someone he recognized in a crowd after a funeral. "The chair?" I said, though I already knew the answer. He did not respond. He just stepped closer, the way you approach an animal you are not sure will bite. He reached out and ran his fingertips along the wooden arm, once, almost reverently. "Yeah," I said. "That came in a house clean out, up in the hills." I named the road from the paperwork. His jaw tightened just a little. "Yeah," he said quietly. "That's what I thought." "You know it?" I asked, my chest tightening around the question. He let his hand drop, eyes still on the chair. For a second, I thought he was not going to answer. Then he blew out a breath through his nose and nodded toward the far wall. "Shelves?" he asked. "We can talk while we walk." We moved again, but slower this time, like the chair had put weight on the air. "I was on the crew that cleared that place," he said. "After the estate sale, people stripped what they wanted. We took the rest. Flooring, cabinets, fixtures, and the junk the family didn't want to deal with." "What was it like?" I asked. He shrugged one shoulder. "Old," he said. "Stuck in another decade. House like that, you walk in and you can almost smell the years on the walls." He started to paint it with words, and I could see it as clearly as if I were standing there. A small, single-story bungalow, built sometime in the 60s when the lots up there were cheap and the view still felt special. The siding, once white, now sunburned and stained. An overgrown yard, grass waist-high in some spots, dandelions gone to seed, dead leaves wedged in corners. A rusted mailbox leaning at a bad angle, red flag snapped off, numbers peeled away. Inside, the air had that heavy, closed-in smell of a place that has not been opened in months. There was an old box TV in the corner, he said. The deep kind, weighs 100 pounds. Still had the last thing she ever watched burned into the dust ring on top. Little glass angels on the mantel, framed Bible verses on the wall, that kind of thing. Coffee table piled with magazines from 10 years ago and prescription bottles. He He ticked the details off like he was replaying a walkthrough in his mind. A wall clock on a nail, ticking too loudly in the quiet. The faint whistle of wind wiggling in through cracked window seals, rattling the blinds just enough to make a sound. A fridge in the kitchen that made an irregular clunk every few minutes, like it was trying to die and changing its mind. "And that chair," he said, "right in front of the TV, facing the window, like a little throne." We had reached the metal shelf section, but he did not seem in a hurry anymore. He leaned on the handle of a cart, staring past the rows of boxes as if he were back in that living room. "What happened to her?" I asked. He looked at me finally. I could see the reflection of the store lights in his eyes, dull and flat. "You didn't hear?" he said. "Figured they'd tell you when they sold the lot." I shook my head. "Name was Evelyn Hargrove," he said. "Widow, late 70s. Lived up there by herself ever since her husband died, far as I could tell." He scratched his jaw, remembering. "Last summer, there was that bad heat wave. You remember? Power grid all screwed up. Rolling outages all over the county. Her street was out for, I don't know, a day, maybe two. Neighbors say they didn't see her come out once. Curtains stayed drawn. Nobody checked until the mail started stacking up in the box, and the smell." He did not finish that sentence. He did not have to. "Cops went in," he said instead. "Found her half in and half out of that chair. One arm hanging down to the floor. Feet sort of twisted, like she'd been trying to stand up when she went down. No AC. House closed up like an oven. They say she probably had a stroke or a heart attack in the heat." My fingers curled on the shelf edge. I could almost see her. A small, angry woman trying to force her body up one more time, heart hammering, brain shorting out, and the chair holding her even as she fell. "Officially, it's natural causes in extreme temperature," he said. "Paper said something nice about her being a devoted mother and grandmother." He snorted, no humor in it. "Neighbors told a little different story," he went on. "They said she'd been yelling a lot those last few months, late at night. They could hear her through the walls. Sounded like she was arguing with somebody. But nobody ever saw anyone go in or out." "Arguing with who?" I asked. He gave me a look. "Who do lonely old people argue with?" he asked. "Their memories, their TV, God, whoever left them. Pick one." He went quiet for a moment, thumb tracing the edge of a price sticker on a box. "When we went in after the estate people," he said, "most of the big stuff was spoken for already. They tagged the dresser, the TV stand, the dining set, what have you. There was a list from the family. What they wanted, what was okay to sell, what was trash. The chair was in this gray area. The daughter came by while we were there," he added. "Late 30s, maybe early 40s. Nice car, nice clothes, that hard look people get when they're trying not to feel guilty." He mimicked the way she had picked her way through the room, stepping around boxes. She went straight for the photo albums on the shelf, grabbed a couple of cardboard boxes from the hall closet with papers, little keepsakes, that kind of thing. Didn't look twice at any of the furniture. When she got to the chair, though, she stopped. His voice dropped, imitating her tone. "She looked at it like it was a person," he said. "Stared at it for a good 10 seconds, jaw tight. Then she said, in this low voice, like she didn't want us to hear, 'Burn that damn thing if you want. My mom sat in that chair and cursed the whole family for 20 years. He let the words sit there between us for a second, hanging in the fluorescent light. Then she picked up her boxes, walked out, got in her car, and drove away," he finished. "Didn't so much as brush a crumb off the cushion?" I imagined that. The daughter leaving, taking the safe, curated pieces of her mother's life, leaving the one object her mother had lived in most of the time like it was toxic. "You burned it?" I asked, staring back toward the living room area, even though we could not see it from here. He shook his head. "Boss said we don't burn something we can get $50 for," he said. "Told us to leave it for the resale contract." He paused then, frowned slightly, as if he had just remembered something he had put aside. "There was a note under the seat," he said. "You see it?" My mouth went dry. "Yeah," I said. Said, "Do not sell. For family only." The knot was scratched through. We laughed about it. He shook his head again, more firmly. "That's not all it said," he told me. "At least not when we tilted it up." I swallowed. "What do you mean?" He mimed holding the chair again, tilting it forward, reading. His eyes flicked like he was scanning invisible lines. "Do not sell," he recited. "For family only." He looked straight at me. And then, under that, he said, it said, "She will not forgive you." The hum of the store seemed to deepen around us. The AC rattle, the distant beeps, Lauren's scanner up front, they all folded back a notch, like they do when someone sits in the chair. "You're sure?" I asked, more sharply than I meant to. He nodded slowly. "I remember because the guys joked about it," he said. "Oh, watch out. The old lady's gonna haunt us if we move her favorite seat." That kind of crap. But the writing, it didn't feel like a joke when we read it. It felt like a warning someone wrote with their hand shaking. I had seen the note. I had held the chair at an angle in our loading bay, heart tapping irregularly in my chest. I had read the same first 2 lines. I had not seen that last sentence. In my memory, the bottom right corner of the paper was torn, edges browned and curling, tape half peeled, as if something had been ripped away. "She will not forgive you." The words sat in my head like a weight. I thanked him eventually, helped him load a metal shelf onto a cart, watched him pay and push it out into the parking lot. But even after he was gone, the ghost of his story stayed, filling in spaces I had not wanted to look at. Back in the living room area, I lifted the front of the chair again, just enough to look underneath. The yellowed paper was still there, taped beside the manufacturer's tag. "Do not sell. For family only." The bottom edge was jagged where it had torn, as if whoever wrote more had either changed their mind or someone else had decided the rest did not need to be seen. I traced the torn line with my eyes and tried not to imagine what had been on the missing strip. I did not have to imagine very hard. The worker's voice filled in the gap. "She will not forgive you." Once I had her name and the way she died, it stopped being just the chair in my head. It became Evelyn's chair. And once something has a name, it is a lot harder to ignore. I tried. For a few nights, I did my best to let the story dissolve. I told myself I had enough problems of my own. I did not need to borrow a dead woman's. But every time I passed the living room section, I could see it. Not just the beige seat in our store, but the way the construction worker had described it. In a small, dark living room, facing a box TV and a window, the only throne of a woman who had screamed at the walls until her heart finally gave out. I started picturing her in it. Small frame swallowed by the cushion, hands gripping the wooden arms so hard her knuckles went white, mouth pulled tight around words that never made anything better. I would fall asleep on my own thrift store couch and jerk awake with the image of that chair pushing up against my eyelids, like something knocking from inside. On my next day off, I cracked. The contractor had said the street name. I had seen the address on the estate paperwork when the truck came in. It did not take much to put them together. A quick search on my phone confirmed it. A small house up in the foothills, just outside the city, with a satellite map image that looked as tired as everything else about this story. I told myself I was just going for a drive, clear my head, look at some trees. Instead, I found myself turning off the main road onto a narrow lane that wound up into the hills like someone had scribbled it in one pass and never bothered to straighten it out. The pavement was patched and cracked, edges fraying into gravel. Kudzu crawled up the telephone poles, swallowing the lower parts of the wood and green. Old mailboxes leaned at odd angles along the roadside, some missing doors, numbers half peeled. I knew the house before I saw the number. A white work van sat out front, logo half scraped, ladders strapped to its roof. A big dumpster sagged with broken cabinets, old siding, and torn-out drywall. A roll of new insulation leaned against a tree. The bungalow itself was in the middle of some kind of resurrection. One side had new siding going up, bright and clean. The other still showed the faded, stained original boards, streaked with rain and time. One of the front windows had a fresh, shiny frame. The other was still ringed with chipped paint. Somebody was trying to make it into a home again. I parked a little way down the road, like I was just another car in a lazy, half-built neighborhood. My heartbeat felt louder than my engine. For a minute, I sat there with my hands on the wheel, staring at the house. It was smaller than I had pictured. Ordinary. That was somehow worse. I finally forced myself out of the car and walked up the gravel patch that passed for a driveway. Nails and splinters glittered in the dirt. A stack of old cabinet doors leaned against the dumpster, their hinges hanging like broken knuckles. Inside, I could hear the muted thump of boots and the occasional bang of a hammer. A man in a paint-splattered t-shirt appeared on the front steps, wiping his hands on a rag. "Can I help you?" he asked, squinting at me. I summoned the kind of open, nosy smile people use when they walk their dogs past construction sites. "Hey," I said. "Sorry to bug you. I work at that thrift store down on Kingston Pike. I think we got some furniture from this place after the estate." He relaxed a notch, maybe put me in the harmless, neighborly curiosity category. "Yeah," he said. "We've been gutting the inside for a couple weeks. You from around here?" "Sort of," I lied. I don't know. I guess I was curious what the house looked like. "We got this chair, and someone told me a story." He snorted. "You and me both, man," he said. "Come on in. Watch your step. There's nails everywhere." Inside, the air was cooler, but it had that dry, dusty tang of old plaster and ripped-out insulation. The walls in the hallway were stripped down to studs in places, wires hanging like veins. Sheets of new drywall leaned, waiting. But when we stepped into what had been the living room, it was like stepping into a ghost of the description the contractor had given me. The carpet was still there, a dull, stained beige. You could see where future flooring would go, but for now, the room held on to its old skin. Right in front of the front window, there was a deep, square indent in the carpet fibers. 4 little divots at the corners where legs had rested for so long they had permanently bruised the floor. I did not have to be told that was where the chair had sat. It was like someone's absence outlined in chalk. The window itself looked out over a slice of hill and trees, the glass cloudy with age. Dust motes floated in the shafts of light cutting through. On the wall opposite the window, where the TV must have been, two sun-faded rectangles marked where pictures had hung for years. The paint around them was darker, like ghosts of frames. Maybe kids' portraits, maybe a wedding photo, maybe religious art. Whatever they had been, they had gone with the daughter. Near an outlet, a faint circular ring stained the wall and a patch of carpet, discoloration where something had sat. An oxygen machine, a fan, some piece of medical equipment humming at her elbow, while she sat and sat and sat. The worker wandered off to answer a shout from down the hall, leaving me alone for a minute under the stripped ceiling. Without the TV or the clock, the room should have been quiet. But it was not the kind of quiet that comes from peace. It was the quiet of a place between versions of itself. Somewhere deeper in the house, a hammer stopped mid-strike. The buzz of a saw wound down. A generator or compressor cut off. For a moment, like a held breath, every tool went silent at once. My own footsteps echoed faintly as I shifted my weight. A piece of plastic fluttered in a corner. Then under that, I heard a sound. A faint tapping, muffled and far away, like someone lightly knocking on glass in another room. It could have been a loose shutter, a drip in the pipes, a board settling. It could have been anything, but the air in the room thickened, like humidity climbing in seconds. The hairs on my arms lifted. The sound came again, softer. Tap, tap, tap. Then all at once, everything else dropped away. The noise from outside, the half-heard voices of the crew, the distant whine of some tool in the yard, even the rustle of leaves beyond the window, cut off. The house became a box of air, with me standing in the middle, soundless except for my own heartbeat. In that unnatural stillness, right by my left ear, so close it felt like breath without warmth, a voice said very quietly, "Get out." Not a shout, not a scream. Just a tired, irritated command, like someone sick of repeating themselves. The syllables scraped, dry and papery, as if dragged over a throat that had not seen water in days. My whole body flinched. Before I could move, before I could even decide whether to listen, a nail gun went off in the next room. 3 rapid-fire blasts that cracked the silence open. Someone laughed, yelled something about measurements. The house snapped back into the ordinary chaos of renovation. I stood there, breathing hard, pretending to be very interested in the pattern of the carpet while I got my legs back under me. When I finally forced myself to look down, I saw more signs, now that I knew what I was looking for. The hardwood, just peeking out from under the edge of the carpet near the window, had shallow grooves. 2 parallel tracks worn into it where chair legs had been dragged back and forth in tiny increments. Forward, back, sit, stand, sit again. On the wall, beside where the chair's right arm would have been, there were faint scratch marks in the paint and plaster, starting around shoulder height and trailing downward. Not deep enough to be from an animal. More like the marks you would make if you dug your fingernails into the wall while trying to haul yourself up, over and over for years. I thought about Evelyn in that spot. Lungs burning in the heat, electricity gone, no AC, standing up to yell at an empty room, collapsing back into the only thing holding her up. I wondered who she had been telling to get out in those last months. Family, memories, death. "Hey man, you good?" I jumped. One of the workers had popped his head into the doorway, holding a measuring tape. Yeah, I said. My voice came out rough. Yeah, I'm fine. Just, my grandma had a place like this is all. Brings back memories. He nodded, accepting the lie. They're flipping it, he said. Supposed to be real nice when it's done. Open floor plan, new floors, all that HGTV junk. I forced a smile. Cool, I said. I made some polite noise about not wanting to get in their way and drifted toward the kitchen, which had already been half gutted. Cabinet doors hung open like mouths mid-sentence. A couple of big black trash bags slumped in a corner, next to a cardboard box overflowing with papers and odds and ends they had decided were not worth keeping. On top of a pile of junk mail and old recipe clippings, something yellow caught my eye. A small, crumpled corner of lined paper, stained and curled. The blue ink on it had bled in places, but a few words were still clear. I picked it up, smoothing it as best I could with my thumb. The handwriting was the same shaky script I had seen under the chair. Do not sell, for family only. Those lines were there, cut off mid-sentence by the torn edge. Under them, overlapping the tear, just barely caught before the paper had been ripped away, were 3 more words. She will not forgive. The rest was missing, but I did not need it. My stomach dropped. It felt like the floor under me tilted, like a gently moving boat. I folded the scrap without really meaning to, fingers working on autopilot. For a second, I thought about pocketing it. Then I pictured some invisible line between here and the store, between this house and that chair. And the idea of carrying any piece of it with me felt like inviting more weight into my life. Trash, I told myself. It's just trash. I dropped it back onto the pile and backed away. On my way out, I glanced one last time at the indent in the carpet by the window. In my head, the shape of the chair snapped neatly into it, like an object being dragged back into its slot. The voice from a minute before echoed in my skull. Get out! So I did. By the time I got back to my car, my legs felt like they were moving through water. I shut the door, jammed the key into the ignition, and cranked the AC up as high as it would go. Like cold air alone could wash that house off me. The vents roared to life, blowing dust and the chemical smell of whatever they put in those little pine-shaped fresheners. I leaned back in the seat and stared through the windshield at the bungalow on the hill. From the outside, you could almost pretend it was nothing more than a fixer-upper. Fresh boards going up on one side, new trim stacked and waiting, the promise of a coat of paint, and a real estate sign out front. In a few months, some couple would walk through that front door, talk about how much potential it had, and never think about the scratch marks on the wall where an old woman had dragged her nails trying to stand. The indent in the carpet by the window wouldn't be there by then. The grooves in the hardwood would be covered. The ring from the oxygen machine would vanish under a new couch or entertainment center. All the big, visible pieces of Evelyn's life were being pulled up and hauled away. But it was that square of crushed carpet, those 2 sun-faded rectangles, that ring, the voice in my ear. Those were the things that stuck. I sat there with the AC blasting in my face and tried to imagine what her days had actually looked like. Evelyn Hargrove, late 70s, widowed, kids grown and gone, some grandchildren, somewhere, maybe. Every morning, the same routine. Shuffle from the bedroom to the bathroom, to the kitchen, to that spot by the window. Turn on the TV, sink into the chair. Same shows, same commercials, same weather reports and game shows and reruns. The kind of schedule that makes days bleed into each other, until you cannot tell Tuesday from Thursday except by what comes on at 8. The view out the window never changing much either. A slice of road, trees shifting with the seasons, mail trucks, the occasional car, neighbors' lives happening at a distance. Every time she stood up, the chair legs would drag just a little, those grooves in the wood deepening. Every time she sat back down, the cushion would sigh and reform around her. The clock would tick, the fridge would clunk. The wind would lick through those bad window seals and rattle the blinds, and she would sit there, feeling the draft on her ankles. Maybe she waited for the phone to ring. Maybe, at first, it did. "Happy holidays, Mom. Sorry I cannot make it up this weekend. I am just so busy. We will come by soon, I promise." Then fewer calls. Then only when something had to be handled. Paperwork, doctor appointments, questions about her will. If you spend 2 decades in one spot like that, everything in you starts to sink anchors into it. Habits, resentments, the stories you tell yourself about who wronged you. If she died there, in that chair, in a heat wave, with the power out, lungs burning, heart failing, no one coming up that narrow road to knock on the door. It made a sick kind of sense to me that the only part of the world she could still get her hands around would be the thing that had held her up the longest. Not the house, not the street, just the seat. It was easier to think of her as an angry gravity than as a person. The person part made it worse. The AC rattled louder. My phone buzzed in the cup holder, snapping me out of the spiral. It was Lauren. I hesitated, then picked up. Hey, she said. I could hear cars passing on her end, that distant whoosh. "You off today?" "Yeah," I said. "Errands." That was the lie I had told myself, and now I heard how thin it sounded. "You sound weird," she said. "Like, more weird than usual. You okay?" I almost said yes. Then I pictured going back into the store tomorrow and pretending everything was fine. Pretending I did not know the exact outline of where that chair had sat while its owner died. "I went up to that house," I said instead. "The one the chair came from." She was quiet for a second, long enough that I thought the call had dropped. "You serious?" she asked finally. "Yeah." I described the road, the mailbox, the renovation, the indent in the carpet, the grooves in the floor, the scratches on the wall, the ring by the outlet. I left out the voice in my ear, "Get out," because saying it out loud felt like giving it more room to breathe. When I finished, she exhaled. "So we are selling lonely old ghost grandma's throne for $50, she said. "Great." There was a joke shape to the sentence, the kind of thing you would say just to make it less heavy. But her voice caught on lonely in a way I did not miss. "It's not really a joke," I said. "I know," she admitted. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Just the sound of her blinker ticking faintly on her end, my AC roaring on mine. "You know what's messed up?" she said finally. "I think that thing is in my head now." "What do you mean?" "I had a dream last night," she said. "I didn't want to tell you because I thought it would freak you out, but you're clearly already freaked out, so whatever." I braced myself. "In the dream, I was in my bedroom," she said. "Not some creepy dream version, my actual room. Posters, laundry pile, everything. The only thing that was wrong was the chair was there." "Which chair?" I asked, but I knew. "The beige one," she said. "It was in the corner where my laundry basket usually is. Only it was turned toward my bed, not the TV, like somebody had moved it specifically to watch me sleep." "Was anyone in it?" She paused. "No," she said. "That's the thing. It was empty. But it felt like when you know someone is standing in your doorway, even if you cannot see them, you know? Like, the room had this pressure. Like if I looked away long enough, something would be sitting there next time I checked." "How did it end?" I asked. "I woke up," she said. "No jump scare, no monster. Just woke up with my heart pounding and my ears ringing like I'd been somewhere loud. And then the first thing I saw was my real corner, with just laundry, and I almost cried from relief over a damn pile of clothes." We both laughed at that, but it was a dry, tight sound. "That chair hates being alone," she added quietly, "like it is offended by empty air." "Yeah," I said, "that tracks." We changed the subject after that, or tried to. Talked about schedules, about a customer who had screamed at her over a misprinted sign. Ordinary things, but every time there was a pause in the conversation, I could feel the story we weren't saying sitting between us like another person on the line. That night, back in my apartment, the familiar sounds greeted me like a routine I suddenly did not trust. The AC in the window hummed and rattled. The fridge gave its animal grumble every few minutes. Upstairs, my neighbor's TV spilled indistinct voices and laughter through the ceiling. Out on I-40, the constant sigh of traffic smeared into the distance. I microwaved something frozen and tasteless, ate it without really tasting it, then turned off the main lights and lay on my couch in the glow of the TV. Some show I did not care about flickered blue against the walls. I was not watching the screen. I was listening. Not to the sounds themselves, but to what lay between them. Time stretched. The show rolled from one episode into another. Somewhere in the building, water pipes thunked as someone showered. Then, eventually, it happened. The AC cycled off with a shudder. The fridge chose that exact moment between hums to rest. Upstairs, the neighbor's TV cut to silence. Maybe they turned it off. Maybe the volume dipped. I do not know. Even the traffic outside seemed to slip behind some invisible barrier. The apartment dropped into one of those unnatural lulls, the pure, punched-out quiet that should not exist in a cheap building with thin walls and old appliances. The kind of quiet I had first felt in that chair in the store. The kind of quiet I had felt a few hours ago in a stripped living room on a hill. I lay very still on the couch, staring at the ceiling, every muscle coiled. From the corner of the room, the one opposite the TV, where there was nothing but a blank stretch of wall and an electrical outlet, I heard it. A faint wooden creak, like someone shifting their weight in a chair that did not exist. Not a house-settling pop. Not a floorboard under my feet. This was the sound of old joints moving, of legs pushing back, of a seat taking on or releasing a body, just once. A small complaint in the silence. Then the fridge rumbled back on. The AC coughed and resumed its nervous hum. Upstairs, somebody laughed at something on TV. Outside, a truck downshifted with a low growl. The world snapped back in, pretending nothing had happened. I stared at that empty corner until my eyes burned, until the shapes of the shadows blurred. There was no chair there, no furniture of any kind, just a thin strip of baseboard, catching a bit of TV light, an outlet with nothing plugged in. But I could not shake the feeling that if I blinked at the wrong time, if I gave the room the wrong kind of opening, I would look again and see a beige shape settled there, arms polished by use, cushion depressed in the exact shape of somebody who had been waiting a long, long time, lying there with my heart pounding and my apartment humming like a living thing. I realized something that made my throat tighten. I had been worrying about the chair like it was a problem contained inside the walls of the store. A haunted object in a haunted corner of a strip mall. Something that might scare a customer, give a manager a headache, make a good story one day when I quit. I thought the worst that could happen was that the chair kept haunting our store. I was wrong. The worst thing was that it learned how to follow people home. The night everything finally stopped pretending to be normal started with a weather alert and a bored man in a suit pointing at cartoon lightning. I was in the break room at the start of my shift, staring at the tiny TV mounted in the corner while I chewed on a vending machine granola bar that tasted like cardboard and sugar. The local news was on, volume turned just high enough to hear over the fridge buzz and the hum of the soda machine. Strong line of storms moving through Knox County this evening, the weatherman said, standing in front of a map splashed with angry reds and yellows. Expect heavy rain, frequent lightning, and possible power outages after sunset. He did that thing they do, where they trace a finger along the projected path, like they're petting the storm. The graphic showed a blob sliding right over where we were. Fantastic, Rick said from the doorway, sipping his coffee. Nothing like a monsoon to keep all the bargain hunters at home. He stepped in, glanced at the TV, then at me. You closing tonight, Aaron? Yeah, I said. Me and Lauren. Not anymore, he grunted. If that thing hits like they say, we're gonna be dead after 7. I'm cutting her loose early. No sense paying 2 people to stand here and watch the ceiling leak. He said it like a joke, but I had seen the ceiling leak before. During the last big storm, water had snuck in around the vents and dripped into buckets we had to set up in housewares. He checked his watch. Corporate wants us to stay open as long as possible, he muttered. They'd have us selling furniture on a sinking ship if they could. But if it gets bad, lock the doors early. I'll back you up. By 7 o'clock, the storm had arrived. The first few customers trickled in under umbrellas, shaking off water and tracking footprints across the tile. One mom came in with 2 kids just to get them out of the house for a bit, she said, while the thunder made her dog lose its mind. By the time they left, the sky outside had gone from gray to the kind of solid, bruised black that swallows streetlights. The rain came down hard enough that you could hear it pounding on the flat roof like 1,000 fists. Every gust of wind slapped sheets of water against the front windows and the metal siding. The gutters outside the back door started to overflow, the downspouts choking. I could hear water gurgling and splashing down the concrete like someone had left hoses running. Inside, the AC sounded different. It was pushing against the humidity, working harder, louder, a rough mechanical roar under the canned country music. The vents hissed like they were barely holding back the weather. By 8:30 p.m., the place was almost empty. Rick had sent Lauren home at 8 sharp after a long 20-minute stretch with no one at the register. She had waved goodbye with her hoodie already half-zipped, phone in hand, apologizing in advance for bailing on the storm with us still there. Text me if a ghost knocks the power out, she'd said. I want to know before the news does. Go, Rick told her, before your little Honda floats away. He stuck around long enough to do a quick walkthrough, check the doors, and grumble at the leak starting in aisle 12. By the time he left, the lot outside was a shimmering mess of reflections, headlights smearing white across black water. You good? He asked me at the door, keys in his hand. Yeah, I said. Just gotta straighten up, then lock it down. Lock it down before you get killed by lightning, he said, half serious. If anyone shows up at 10:01 screaming about posted hours, tell them to call corporate and leave a voicemail in the dark. Then he was gone, jogging hunched through the rain to his car, jacket over his head. The automatic door shut behind him with a wheeze. After that, it was just me. I killed most of the overhead lights, the way we usually did in the last hour to remind stragglers that closing time was coming. The rows over clothes and housewares went off first, plunging those aisles into a dim, bluish half-light from the emergency strips and exit signs. I left the row of lights over the living room area on, along with the ones above the register and the front door. It made the store look like a stage with only a few sets still lit, islands of brightness in a carpet sea of shadow. The soundscape changed with the lights. With fewer customers and no one at the front desk, the scanner beeps were gone. There was only the rain hammering the roof, the occasional crack of thunder that made the metal shelves tremble, the AC grinding, and the distant, uneven rush of water in the gutters near the back. Without the constant murmur of people, the music overhead sounded tinny and far away, like it was playing from a room I was not in. I made my rounds with a plastic cart, picking up abandoned hangers, folding half-unraveled sweaters, propping up a stack of plates someone had left out. The floor felt slightly tacky under my shoes, from all the shoes that had tracked water in and dried. When I reached living room deals, I stopped. Something was off. It took a second to put my finger on it. The couch was where it should be. The fake plant still lurked in its chipped pot. The glass coffee table reflected the overhead lights in a familiar grid. But the beige chair was not where I had left it. Earlier that afternoon, I had angled it slightly toward the TV, like always, just enough to make it look casually used. Now it sat dead center in front of the blank screen, perfectly squared to it, like someone wanted a front row view of whatever was not playing. It was subtly different, but the feeling hit me like a cold hand on the back of the neck. I looked around on instinct, as if some late customer might still be lurking. No one. Just the glow of the front doors, the reflections of the emergency exit signs on the glossy floor, and the muted world outside the glass, blurred by curtains of rain. I told myself, of course it moved. Someone must have sat in it while we were still open, dragged it closer, not bothered to put it back right. I had been in the back for a bit around 7, sorting donations. Lauren might not have noticed. Still, the placement bothered me. It was too deliberate. The legs were aligned almost perfectly with the edge of the rug, centered between the couch and the TV stand, like a photograph in a frame. Not the sloppy angle a tired shopper would leave. Customer did it, I said under my breath. Customer did it. You are not going to be that guy. I set my cart aside and stepped toward it. The cushion looked a shade darker in the storm-dimmed light, but that could have been my imagination. The tag hung off the arm, still swinging slightly, as if it had just been disturbed. My hand hovered for a second over the wooden armrest. The cut it had given me days ago had healed into a faint, pale line. The memory of that sting flashed in my palm. Move the chair, I told myself. Reset the display. Go home. I wrapped my fingers around the wood. It was cold. Colder than the air. The moment I put weight into turning it, the overhead lights flickered. Not just 1 or 2 tubes, but the whole row over living room. The fluorescent glare stuttered, went dim, came back for a heartbeat, then sagged again. The music overhead hiccuped, a half-second of silence in the middle of a chorus. I froze, one hand on the chair, the other hovering over the back. The lights flickered again, slower this time, like a dying heartbeat. Then, all at once, they went out. The store dropped into a heavy, suffocating darkness. The only things left were the dim emergency strip above the front exit, casting a thin, sickly glow over the doors, and a faint rectangle of light spilling from the back room doorway, where the exit sign bled red into the shadows. The AC shuddered and died. The music cut completely. The fridge in the break room stopped its endless buzz. Even the distant rush of water in the gutters seemed to fall back for a second. The storm kept pounding on the roof, muffled but relentless. Thunder rolled somewhere overhead, low and drawn out. Inside the store, for the first time since I had started working there, I felt the space without its hum. Just me. The dark shapes of furniture, the faint greenish glow from the emergency lights, and my hand still resting on a chair that suddenly felt like the only solid thing in the universe. For a second, after the lights died, my brain refused to accept what had happened. It was like the building inhaled and forgot how to exhale. The silence that dropped in the wake of the power cut was not clean. It was thick. All the usual noise, the AC grinding, the radio mumbling, the distant fridge buzz from the break room, just stopped in the same heartbeat, and the hole they left felt wrong in my ears, like pressure before a storm headache. The only sound left was the rain. Without the indoor noise to drown it out, the storm came roaring in. It pounded on the flat roof, a constant heavy drumming, like someone rolling an endless avalanche of marbles overhead. Every few seconds, thunder rumbled through the ceiling, low and long, shaking dust loose in corners I could not see. In that first moment of blackout, I could not see much of anything. The emergency strips over the exits cast the store in the weakest excuse for light I had ever seen. A thin, greenish smear over the front door, a red glow from the exit sign above the back hall, and then black in between. My hand was still on the chair. I let go, like it had burned me. "Shit," I whispered, my voice swallowed almost immediately by the dark. I dug my phone out of my pocket with clumsy fingers and swiped up the flashlight. The LED popped on, shocking in its brightness. The beam cut a harsh white cone through the dark, making everything it touched look overexposed and wrong. Shadows stretched away from the light in long, warped shapes, like the furniture had grown claws. I aimed it at the living room area first. The couch loomed, massive and colorless. The fake plant threw a twisted shadow on the wall, its plastic leaves suddenly looking like reaching hands. The TV's blank screen returned my light as a dull, warped reflection. And the chair, it was closer than I remembered. When the lights had gone out, it had been squared directly in front of the TV, maybe a couple of feet back from the edge of the rug. Now, in the beam of my phone, it looked like it had crept forward, just a little, so that its front legs nearly kissed the coffee table. I blinked and adjusted the angle of the light, telling myself it was an optical trick. In the dark, your sense of distance collapses. You move the light by an inch. The shadows jump. Your brain miscalculates. "Calm down," I muttered, breathing a little too fast. Nothing moved. "You're spooked, that's all." The rain slammed harder against the roof, drowning my voice. Somewhere outside, wind shoved at the metal siding with a hollow boom. Then my phone buzzed in my hand. I almost dropped it. The flashlight wobbled across the furniture, briefly slicing the chair into a bright silhouette before jerking away to the floor. My heart jumped into my throat as I scrambled to steady it, thumb fumbling at the screen. At the top, over the flashlight icon, a notification banner glowed. Front door. Motion detected. For a second, my brain could not process the words. It felt like reading a foreign language. Then it clicked. The camera app. The motion sensor on my apartment's front door. I was standing in a dark, dead thrift store miles away. There should not have been motion at my door. Not at this hour. Not in this weather. A shiver ran through me that had nothing to do with the cold. I tapped the notification with my thumb. The flashlight blinked off as the app took over the screen. I was plunged back into emergency light gloom. The world around me reduced to vague shapes, while the phone screen became a window into somewhere else. The live feed from my apartment popped up, a grainy, low-light view of the narrow hallway leading to my front door. The camera sat high on the opposite wall, looking down at the door itself, the mat, the sliver of entryway. The door was slightly ajar. In the feed, I could see the edge of the door pulled inward an inch or two, just enough to show a black line where it should have been flush with the frame. A faint strip of lighter gray marked the gap, where the outside light from the exterior stairwell bled in. The hall itself was empty. No figure, no movement. Just that wrong gap, and the slow, occasional flicker of brightness when lightning outside bounced off the building and bled through the crack. In my hand, the phone felt slick. I realized my palm was sweating. The timestamp on the feed matched the time on my phone exactly. I was watching my door, live, open when it should have been locked. Somewhere above the store, thunder rolled again, louder this time. The sound seeped through the roof and vibrated through the soles of my shoes, meeting the images on my screen in a way that made my stomach twist. I swallowed hard. "Okay," I whispered. "Maybe you didn't pull it all the way shut. Neighbor bumped it, draft, whatever." Even as I said it, I knew how thin it sounded. I am the kind of person who checks locks twice. Working late shifts in retail will do that to you. I had a muscle memory of hearing the deadbolt click before I walked down the stairs earlier that day. I stared at the video until my eyes hurt, waiting for someone to step into frame. No one did. The door did not move further. It just sat there in stillness, a wrong angle in a familiar space. My thumb hovered over the screen. I did not want to close the feed. At the same time, I needed to see more than the crack in my door. I needed to know if anything else in my apartment had changed. I swiped sideways, switching to the second camera feed, the one in my living room. The view shifted. There it was, my thrift store sofa, sagging a little in the middle. The cheap coffee table with a ring from some long-forgotten drink. The dented TV stand holding the flat screen I barely used for anything but noise. For a heartbeat, everything looked exactly as it should. Then my brain registered the new shape in the far corner of the room. A beige armchair. Not a shadow, not a trick of the light. A solid piece of furniture that had never been there before. It sat canted toward the center of the room, not fully facing the TV, not fully facing the couch, occupying the empty corner where I kept a stack of flattened boxes and an unplugged floor lamp. The lamp was gone, the boxes nowhere in sight. In their place, the chair I knew too well. Same medium build, same curved wooden armrests, same tired fabric that looked washed out even in the camera's low-light grayscale. My throat went dry. There was no universe where I had forgotten dragging a whole armchair into my apartment. I did not own that chair. I did not own any chair that size. I barely had room in the car to transport it, even if I had wanted to sneak it out. And yet, there it was, sitting in my living room on the screen, as real as the couch I had bought from the store, as real as the TV, as real as my own coffee table. The cushion was not fully puffed. It had a slight indent, a shallow hollow, like someone was sitting in it and had just shifted their weight. The camera resolution was not good enough to show texture clearly, but the curve was there, the shape of pressure. My heart pounded so loud I could feel it in my teeth. Behind me, the storm hammered. The emergency exit sign glowed red in my peripheral vision, smearing weak light across stacks of discounted towels and cheap luggage. The store felt like it was leaning inward, like the walls had shuffled closer when the power cut. On the screen in my hand, my living room sat unnaturally still. Armchair occupying a space that had been empty that morning. I could not stop myself. Slowly, as if not to startle anything that might be watching from the other side, I lifted my eyes away from the phone and back toward the real chair in front of me. The emergency lights and the faint spill from my phone screen gave it just enough definition. I could see the outline, the back, the arms, the top of the cushion. It was still there, a few feet away in the dark, sitting in front of the dead TV in the store. For one disorienting second, my brain tried to hold both images at once, the chair in the store, the chair in my apartment. Same angles, same sag, same feel. Two locations folding over each other like a double exposure. I didn't hear anything at first. Maybe the rain was too loud. Maybe my pulse was. Then, in the hush between one thunder roll and the next, the chair in front of me creaked. It was not the random pop of old wood cooling. It was the unmistakable sound of weight being lifted, the slow, protesting groan of joints as someone pushes up out of a seat. I watched, frozen, as the dark shape of the cushion rose a fraction in my peripheral vision, like a breath exhaled. At that exact same moment, on my phone screen, the cushion in my living room feed seemed to ease upward by the smallest amount, as if whoever had been sitting there had also just stood up, somewhere miles away. A second later, thunder cracked overhead, loud enough to rattle the metal shelving. The sound slammed into the dark aisles and bounced back, filling the store with a rolling echo that swallowed the creak and my strangled breath in the same wave. For a heartbeat, I stood there between two versions of the same chair, my phone screen trembling in my hand, the storm pressing against the roof like a giant palm. And I understood, really understood, for the first time, that whatever sat in that thing was no longer limited to one room, one house, one set of four walls. It could be here and there, both at once. I do not know how long I stood there in that dead store, holding a phone that was showing me a chair in my living room that did not exist. Time got weird. The storm on the roof blurred into background noise. The smell of dust and old fabric pressed in around me. At some point, I realized I was doing the worst possible thing, just standing still, letting my imagination run laps around me. Enough, I muttered, like I was scolding a kid. It's just a chair. That was the thought that pushed me forward. Not bravery, exactly. More like a desperate need to prove that at least one thing in the room was what it looked like. I slid the phone into my pocket, leaving the screen on, so that a faint glow lit the inside of the fabric and turned the flashlight back on. The beam jumped as my hand shook, skittering across the floor and up the legs of the furniture until it landed on the beige armchair. It sat there in the cone of light, ugly and solid. The fabric looked more gray than beige in the harsh white, but it was still the same chair I had dragged onto this floor weeks ago. Same sag, same armrests. "If you're just wood and stuffing," I told it under my breath, "then when I touch you, nothing happens." Talking to it out loud felt insane, but silence felt worse. I stepped closer until my shins nearly brushed the cushion. The air immediately around it felt a little cooler, the way a dark hallway does compared to a room with a window. That could have been the power cut, the AC, the storm. A dozen explanations lined up, all of them thin. I reached out and put my hand on the right armrest. It was ice cold. Not air-conditioned room, cold. Not nobody's touched this in a while, cold. It was the kind of cold you feel when you hold something metal that's been sitting outside in winter. A deep cold that feels like it's coming from the center of the object, not the surface. The chill shot straight up my arm, into my shoulder. My breath stuttered. And then, right next to my right ear, in the empty air between my head and the back of the chair, I heard breathing. Slow, shallow, elderly. It was the sound of lungs that were tired of existing. No sweet hiss of oxygen, no machine hum. Just a dry, wheezy inhale. A long, frayed exhale, like air moving through paper bags instead of flesh. It was so close that my ear tingled, like someone's lips were inches away. Every instinct in my body screamed to move away, to get out, to run to the front door and stand in the rain until someone else existed in the world again. Instead, I did something even dumber. I sat down. It was not exactly a choice. My knees buckled a little under the weird vertigo of the moment, and the back of my legs hit the cushion. Muscle memory took over. I sank. The chair welcomed me like it had been waiting. The cushion rose up under my weight, then tightened, as if something inside it had wrapped itself around my hips and lower back. I dropped into that same molded hollow I had felt the first time, but there was no relief this time, no easing of my muscles. It felt like being caught. The moment my full weight settled, the world's sounds punched out again. The storm on the roof went away. The distant thunder disappeared. The drip of overflowing gutters, the faint creaks of the building, even the hum in my own ears. Everything muted as cleanly as if someone had pressed 2 fingers into them. I could see my own chest rising and falling. I could not hear it. I tried to stand up. My brain sent the signal, push, but nothing happened. From the outside, it probably would have looked like I was just sitting there. Inside my body, I was straining like someone trying to lift a car. My thighs tensed, my calves tightened. My hands gripped the armrest so hard my knuckles ached. I did not move an inch. The pressure on my shoulders was the worst. It felt exactly like 2 hands were resting there, not flat and gentle, but with fingertips digging in, holding me down. The weight was not heavy in a physical way. It was heavy in the way a promise is heavy. I could feel individual points of contact, the way you can when someone really squeezes your shoulder. Bony fingers pressing through the thin fabric of my work shirt into the meat underneath. My heart hammered in my chest, but even that felt wrong. It was too loud inside my ribs, too absent outside of them. There was movement beside my face, not a touch, just a shifting in the air, like someone leaning closer. Then a voice spoke against my ear. "Do not." The words scraped out like they were being dragged over dry leaves. The breath that carried them was hot and sour, impossible in that cold. "Sell." The syllable broke in the middle, like it had to force itself through cracked lips. "My chair." 3 words, barely sound, more like the suggestion of sound, but they landed in my skull like nails. I tried to twist my head away. I could not. Something closed around my right wrist. A hand, too long, too thin. The fingers wrapped all the way around, bone pressing into tendons, nails or joints digging just shy of breaking skin. Another hand tightened on my left shoulder, right where the scratch marks had been on the wall in her old house. I could feel the shape of each finger, 5 on each hand. Human, and somehow absolutely not. I do not know if I made any noise. I could not hear myself. My vision tunneled. The edges of the store fell away until there was nothing but the TV stand in front of me. The glass table reflecting stretched ghosts of light from nowhere, and the feeling of being pinned to the cushion like an insect under glass. And then, as suddenly as it had died, the world snapped back on. The lights came up all at once, a blinding flood of fluorescent white that stabbed my eyes. The radio clicked back in mid-chorus, a country singer wailing about some breakup like nothing had happened. The AC roared to life, blasting cold air down on my face. Somewhere in the back, the fridge gave a huge, complaining rattle before settling back into its buzz. The hands on my shoulder and wrist vanished. The weight holding me in place disappeared so fast I nearly pitched forward out of the chair. I caught myself on the coffee table, palms skidding on the glass. The edges of my vision fizzed with static. The storm sounds filtered back in, rain smashing the roof, thunder muttering further away now. For a second, all I could do was stand hunched over, breathing hard, listening to the too loud normalcy of the store. When I finally straightened up, my right wrist throbbed. I rolled back my sleeve. There, around the joint, were faint bruises blooming under the skin. Oval marks, spaced like finger and thumb would be if someone had grabbed me with a hard, focused grip. Not deep yet, but already purpling. No broken skin, no cut. Just the ghost of a hand that should not have been there. My left shoulder ached. When I pressed my fingers into the fabric over the spot, pain flared, dull and deep, like I had walked into a door frame at full speed. I forced myself to look at the chair. The cushion had puffed back up, at least a little, but the fabric on the right armrest, where my hand had been moments before, was darker. A long, irregular smear stained the worn weave. It could have been sweat. It could have been old moisture pushed up from inside. It looked more like something seeping through than something left on the surface. The sight of it made my stomach flip. My phone buzzed in my pocket again. The vibration against my leg almost sent me through the ceiling. Hands shaking, I dragged it out. A new notification slid down from the top of the screen. Unknown number. 1. New picture message. No name. No area code I recognized. The timestamp pinned to it was the exact minute the lights went out. For a few seconds, I just stared at that line. My thumb hovered over the banner. Every part of me knew I should not open it. That nothing good had ever come from a sentence like that in a story like this. I opened it anyway. The message loaded with a little spinning icon that felt like it took a year. Then the image filled the screen. At first, I did not understand what I was looking at. The angle was familiar in a way that made my spine itch. It was slightly high, slightly off-center, pointed toward a living room I recognized. Thrift store sofa against the wall, cheap coffee table, TV stand with a flat screen sitting dark. It was my apartment. The perspective was almost identical to the feed from my living room camera, but this was not a screenshot. The colors were a little different, the grain a little off, as if it had been captured by something standing exactly where the camera was, but not using it. In the foreground of the photo, on the sofa, someone was sitting. Me. Same clothes I was wearing right then in the store. Same work shirt, same jeans. Same slouched posture, one hand half raised like I was holding an invisible remote. Except I was not there. I was standing in a thrift store, staring at my own duplicated body on a screen. Behind the sofa, in the corner that had been empty that morning, the beige armchair sat in the frame, solid and wrong. And in the chair, there was finally someone to fill the hollow. She was small, hunched, her shoulders pushed forward like she had curled in on herself and never uncurled. What I could see of her hair looked thin and stringy, falling around her face in wisps, the way cobwebs hang from unused corners. Her dress, or what might once have been a dress, was pale and shapeless, blending into the fabric of the chair. Her face was mostly in shadow, the camera struggling with the light, but enough detail leaked through to make my skin crawl. A hint of sunken cheeks, the suggestion of a mouth pulled tight, and two dark hollows where eyes should have been, aimed straight at the back of my reflected head. One of her hands, thin and bony, reached forward over the armrest. Her fingers were too long, the joints too knobby, skin pulled tight over bone. The hand extended just far enough to rest lightly on my shoulder in the picture. Even in the low resolution, I could see the way her fingers curved, pressing in, right where my own shoulder still ached. I do not remember deciding to stop breathing, but I must have, because I came back to myself with a painful, sucking inhale. I looked up from the phone, heart pounding so hard it made the edges of my vision pulse. The store was empty. Just a big box full of furniture shapes and aisles and bad lighting. No customers, no co-workers, no visible figures perched in chairs. The storm raged outside, making the front windows vibrate. The radio tried to smooth it over with a song about beer. The AC hummed like a giant, oblivious insect. The chair in front of me sat very still, casting a neat shadow on the rug, its cushion politely puffed, its tag gently swinging. My wrist throbbed under the pattern of fingers that had not been there a few minutes ago. I looked back at the image on the screen one more time. Me on my couch, the chair that should not exist, the pale figure with her hand on my shoulder. I saved it without thinking, as if proof would help anyone, as if I would ever show it to another person. Then I locked the phone and held it tight in my bruised hand, standing alone in a store that suddenly felt much too big and much too small at the same time. Somebody, or something, was using my own cameras to send me pictures of myself from a room I was not in. I did not sleep much after the storm. I lay on my couch until the first thin gray light started leaking in around the blinds, phone on my chest, screen dark. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that picture. My own living room, my own back, her hand on my shoulder, bones like coat hangers under paper. The building's sounds cycled around me. AC kicking on, fridge rattling, pipes thudding as somebody upstairs flushed, the occasional car horn from the lot. I kept waiting for that perfect second where they all stopped together, the quiet hole that had started following me since the chair showed up. If it happened, I missed it. My body was too exhausted to keep standing guard. I must have drifted off for a while, but it was the kind of sleep that feels more like fainting. When my alarm finally screamed, it felt like it was going off in someone else's life. I was late. By the time I pulled into the store lot, the storm had rinsed everything clean. The sky was a bright, stupid blue, with a few white clouds drifting like nothing had ever been wrong. Puddles in the parking lot reflected the sodium poles and the store's faded sign. Inside, the world was aggressively normal. The automatic door actually opened on time for once, whooshing at my approach. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, fully on. The same stale mix of cleaner, dust, and old fabric filled the air. There were already customers in the aisles, women pushing carts, kids weaving between racks, an older man comparing lamps. Someone's toddler laughed too loud near housewares, the sound high and bright and uncomplicated. It all made my skin crawl. Lauren was at the register, scanning a pile of clothes for a woman who was telling a story about her neighbor's dog. She lifted a hand in a half wave when she saw me, eyebrows flicking in a silent, "You okay?" I shrugged, which was not an answer. Rick was in the back, in the office, hunched over a stack of paperwork. A styrofoam cup of gas station coffee sweated on the desk beside him. The CCTV monitor glowed on the wall, cycling through harmless, grainy scenes. Parking lot, clothing racks, electronics shelf. I did not let my eyes linger on Cam 3. "You look like hell," he said by way of greeting. "Storm keep you up?" "Something like that," I said. My voice sounded raw, stretched thin. He looked up properly then and really saw me. "You sick?" This was the moment I had not rehearsed, but knew was coming. The decision that had been rattling around my skull all night like a loose screw finally dropped into place. "I'm done," I said. He blinked. "Done what?" "With this," I said, gesturing vaguely at the store, the paperwork, the monitor, my name tag, my whole life in that building. "I can't do it anymore, Rick. The hours, the everything. My health is shot. I'm not sleeping. My chest has been freaking out. I've got family stuff piling up. I need to stop before something breaks." I did not mention bruises that looked like fingerprints, or old women who refused to let go of furniture. Those are not the reasons you give a manager whose bonus depends on staffing. He leaned back in his chair, letting out a low whistle. "You picking today for this, huh?" "Today's the only day I've got," I said. "If I don't walk now, I'm going to keep telling myself I can handle it, and I can't." It sounded dramatic, even to me, but I meant it. The thought of standing in that store for one more closing shift, waiting for the next quiet, made my stomach lurch. "We're short-staffed as it is," he said automatically, like it was a reflex. "You know that. I just lost 2 kids to that new warehouse down the road. Better pay, air conditioning that doesn't sound like it's dying. You put in for time off. We can work something out." "I'm not asking for time off," I said. "I'm saying I quit." The words sat between us like something dropped on the table. He stared at me for a long second, jaw working a little. I could see the math happening in his head. Schedules, hiring pools, corporate emails, training hours, all stacked against my tired face, and the reality that you cannot force someone to keep standing under fluorescent lights if their mind has already left. "You giving notice?" he asked. more out of habit than hope. "This is the notice," I said. "I'll finish today if you need me. But I can't close tonight. I'm not staying in here alone again after dark." He frowned. "You are really that freaked out by a blackout?" It would have been easy to nod, blame it all on the storm, on some vague panic attack. But something in his voice, half annoyed, half genuinely curious, made me add, "And yeah, that chair isn't helping." He exhaled sharply through his nose, leaning back in his chair until it creaked. "I told you," he said. "Every store gets one cursed thing. Ours just happens to be upholstered. You let it get in your head, you're going to see it everywhere." "I already do," I said, more quietly than I meant to. He looked at me for another long second. Then finally, he nodded, resignation pulling at his features. "Fine," he said. "Finish your shift, make sure the floor's not a disaster, and then bring me your keys. I'll put you down as personal reasons. No hard feelings." "Thanks," I said. "Try not to badmouth us on the internet," he added, trying for a joke. It did not land. I stepped out of the office feeling like I had just unhooked a chain from around my neck, and then realized it was attached to something I could not see. I avoided living room for as long as I could. I straightened jeans. I refolded t-shirts. I helped an older woman find a set of plates with no chips. I watched Lauren tease a regular about always buying lamps and never bulbs. Eventually, there was nothing left to distract myself with. My feet took me toward the corner of the store I had been orbiting for weeks. The chair sat in the middle of its little stage, looking almost cheerful in the bright morning light. It had been moved again, very slightly, angled now not only toward the dead TV, but also toward the main aisle, like a person half turning in their seat to watch people walk by. The tag on its arm had changed. A bright red sales sticker had been plastered across the original price. Someone, probably Rick, had knocked $10 off. A sloppy $39.99 was scrawled in thick black marker. "You see our big win?" Rick's voice floated over from behind me. I had not heard him walk up. "That couple from Saturday, the ones who kept asking about delivery, came back this morning, signed the paperwork. They're coming to pick it up this weekend." My throat tightened. "The chair?" "Yeah," he said. "Told them if they didn't, some other lucky soul would grab it. They like the sturdy line." He chuckled. "If you'd stuck around, you could have helped load it." I did not trust myself to answer. He clapped me lightly on the back and wandered off to deal with a woman complaining about a chipped mirror. I stood there and stared at the chair that now had a destination. It was bad enough when it lived in a half-empty living room on a hill, then a thrift store. The thought of it riding off in the back of someone's minivan to a fresh house, new walls, different curtains, made my skin crawl. "Not my problem," I told myself. "You're leaving. You're walking away." As if on cue, the intercom crackled to life overhead. A pre-recorded voice started the usual announcement. "Attention shoppers, we will be closing in 30 minutes. Please bring your final selections to the front registers." There was a brief burst of static midway through the sentence, the system catching on its own throat. In that gap, under the hiss, I heard it. 3 soft knocks. Clock, clock, clock. They did not come from the speakers. They came from the corner of the store behind me, from the space where the chair sat. The sound was faint, but it carried the way certain sounds do in big, empty rooms. I did not turn around to check. I just kept walking. Out of living room, past housewares, past kids' clothes, my heart banging against my ribs like it wanted out. I finished my shift on autopilot, turned in my name tag, put my keys on Rick's desk, shook his hand, told Lauren I would text her, and meant it. When I stepped out into the afternoon sun, the brightness felt almost hostile. The lot glared. Cars glinted. The store's sign, with its friendly font, looked like it belonged to a different timeline. I went home. I did not unpack my phone from my pocket when I walked in the door. I did not check my email. I did not turn on the TV. I locked the door, checked it twice, then sat down on my couch like a man trying to pretend a normal routine might still save him. Hours passed in a blur. The sky shifted from blue to orange to purple. The sounds of the building rolled through their usual changes. Afternoon noise, dinner noise, late night quiet. At some point, lying there in the dark with only the TV glow and a knot in my gut, my phone buzzed on the coffee table. I did not reach for it. I knew that vibration rhythm too well. The tiny, specific buzz of the camera app saying, "Motion detected." I stared at the ceiling instead, counted 5 in, 5 out. Told myself, you do not have to look. The chair is still at the store. It is not your problem anymore. The phone buzzed again. Another notification. The third time, my resolve snapped. I grabbed it, thumb already unlocking the screen. 2 alerts stacked in the notification shade. Living room. Motion detected. A few moments ago, I opened the feed. My living room appeared, grainy and greenish in low light. The familiar shapes reassured me for half a second. The couch under me, the coffee table in front of me, the TV stand, no chair in the corner. The space where it had appeared in the previous night's nightmare image was empty again. Just scuffed paint, and the crooked floor lamp I had dragged back into place that morning like a talisman. I let out a breath I did not realize I had been holding. Then I noticed the cushion of my couch. On the screen, looking at the couch from the camera's angle, the spot beside me, the one I could feel right then as a slightly cool patch of fabric, was dented, not by my own weight. The camera showed me sitting slightly more to the left, my body clearly outlined. To my right, where nobody should have been, the cushion dipped down in a shallow, precise curve, the exact shape of a person sitting close enough to touch my side. In the feed, I watched myself tilt my head, as if I were hearing something. The image of my own body shivered slightly as my shoulders tightened. On the couch, in real time, I felt the faintest suggestion of pressure against my hip. Not enough to move me, just enough to let me know I was no longer sitting alone. Quitting the store was supposed to be the big move, the symbolic break, the moment the credits roll, and the guy who went through all the weirdness gets to walk away under a normal sky. Life, of course, does not care about symbolism. It cares about rent. Within a week, the reality of being jobless dug its claws in. My bank app numbers looked worse every morning. The Civic sounded like it was chewing gravel. The temporary break I had told myself I needed was starting to look like a one-way slide into being broke enough to move back in with family I did not want to see. So when I landed another job, stocking at a big box store on the other side of town, less pay, but more hours, I took it. No questions. The catch was the drive. My new workplace was a good 30 minutes from my apartment without traffic, closer to 45 if the interstate decided to turn into a parking lot, which it usually did. The Civic hated the commute as much as I did. That is how I ended up planning a different kind of escape: moving. The new job was near a cluster of sad apartment complexes. Two-story buildings with peeling paint, sun-bleached shutters, and names that sounded nicer than they looked. Maple Ridge. Creekside Villas? Not a maple or creek in sight. I found a unit in one of them that I could almost afford if I cut enough corners. The leasing office smelled like old coffee and vanilla air freshener. The manager slid a stack of forms across a desk, rattling off fees like she was reading from a spellbook. Application fee, admin fee, security deposit, pet deposit, even though I did not have a pet, non-refundable cleaning fee for a place that was already grimy. "You'll need first month's rent up front," she said, tapping the line with a blue nail. "Plus these." I signed anyway. Distance felt like the only thing I could control. Put more miles between me and the chair's original home. Between me and that store. Between me and the corner of my current living room, where the cushion had dipped with nothing on it. I collected cardboard boxes from behind the grocery store, ones that had held bananas and cereal and canned soup. Taped them together in my living room, the sound of the tape tearing loud in the small space. Packing is a weird kind of archaeology. Your life gets broken into layers. Books, mugs, shirts, wires you meant to throw away and never did. I folded my thrift store clothes, wrapped dishes in old newspapers, emptied drawers. Every time I picked up something that had come from the store, lamp, side table, the couch, I felt a little twist in my gut. I told myself it was just association. Nothing had followed me. Not really. The bruises had faded from my wrist and shoulder. The photo was still sitting in a locked folder on my phone, like a bad X-ray of a problem you could not treat. The weird part was the nights. In the week before the move, my sleep went from bad to worse. The first night, I woke up at 3, something in the morning, with my heart racing and no memory of what I had been dreaming. The room was dark. The only light, a smear from the smoke detector, and a faint glow from the microwave clock in the kitchen. I lay there, listening. At first, it was just the usual. The AC cycling, the fridge humming, the occasional car sliding by outside. Then under that, I heard it. A faint rocking sound, not loud enough to be a neighbor's chair through the wall. It was subtle, close. The kind of noise that falls into the space between breaths. The whisper creak of wood shifting under weight. A slow, back and forth movement. Rock. Tiny pause. Rock. Like someone rocking slowly in a chair that was not supposed to be in my one-bedroom apartment. I sat up, pulse thudding in my ears. The sound stopped. I stared into the dark. You don't own a rocking chair, I told myself. You don't own any chair except the couch. Go back to sleep. The next night, it was the taps. I woke again for no obvious reason. Some internal alarm yanking me out of sleep. The air felt too still. Even the fridge seemed to have taken a break. Then, clock. A pause. Clock. Another pause, just long enough for my brain to start spinning. Clock. It sounded exactly like knuckles on wood. Not on a door, not hollow and loud. On something solid and close, like an armrest. I turned on the bedside lamp with a shaking hand. My room looked the same as always. No extra furniture, no hunched figure in a chair, but my skin knew the sound. My nerves recognized it the way you recognize a song you hate from the first 3 notes. By the 3rd night of that, my nerves were fried. I walked through the days in a fog, moving boxes and signing change of address forms, pretending the only reason I was tired was the usual moving stress. In the middle of all this, Lauren texted, "Hey, You won't believe this. My stomach sank even before I opened the rest. Remember that couple who bought the chair? I did not answer immediately. The 3 dots popped up, then disappeared, then popped up again as she kept typing. They canceled WTF, called this morning, said she woke up WE bruises on her arm and had a bad feeling about bringing used furniture, and a second message followed before I could process that. Rick is pissed. Dropped the price again. He's going to end up paying someone to take it. LOL. Lol. She wrote. I could feel the nerves under it, even through text. I stared at the screen, thumb hovering over the keyboard. Finally, I typed, maybe that's for the best. She replied with a single emoji, a little ghost. In any other context, it would have been funny. After that, I did what people do when they do not want to feel insane alone. I went online and looked for versions of myself. I spent longer than I should have scrolling through forums and articles about haunted thrift stores, cursed objects, estate sale finds gone wrong. There were enough stories to fill a dozen nights. Mirrors that showed extra faces, tables that made people sick, dolls that refused to stay where you put them. Some read like obvious fiction. Some had the flat, resigned tone of people who had seen something they did not want to see and were trying to file it under weird instead of dangerous. I started telling myself a new story. Maybe this was manageable. Maybe the rules were simple. Object stays put. Weirdness stays contained. People who bought it got spooked, brought it back, moved on. I was out. I was moving. I had done the horror movie smart move. Quit the job. Get away from the haunted thing. Start over. If I never sat in that chair again, never touched it, never stood within the radius of that square of crushed carpet it had left behind, maybe my life could reroute itself back to something boring. Distance, I told myself, is a kind of cure. I held on to that thought like a life raft. A few weeks after my last shift, after the boxes were mostly packed, after I had signed the lease on the new place and started picturing a layout that did not include any extra chairs, I had to drive back across town to drop off some paperwork at my old landlord's office. On the way back, muscle memory fooled me. I took the familiar exit, turned at the same lights, followed the same strip of Kingston Pike, where the thrift store squatted between a discount shoe place and a nail salon. I told myself I would just pass by, maybe glance at the lot, feel a little ghost of my old routine, then keep going. Instead, when I came around the bend, I saw red and blue lights pulsing against the overcast afternoon. 2 fire trucks sat in the lot, angled toward the store. A police cruiser idled nearby. Yellow caution tape crisscrossed the front entrance, fluttering in the light breeze. Part of the building's roof above the thrift store was blackened, the metal siding stained with soot. One of the front windows was a jagged, empty mouth where glass had been. The shoe store next door looked soggy but intact. A group of people stood off to the side, employees from both places, I guessed, talking to a man with a clipboard. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. I pulled into the far edge of the lot and killed the engine, sitting there with my heart thudding in my throat. I rolled down the window. The air smelled like wet ashes and melted plastic. Later, the local news would say it was an electrical fire. Faulty wiring in the back of the thrift store, near the breaker panel and the ancient fridge that had always sounded like it hated its own existence. The sprinklers had kicked in too late. Most of the damage was in the back half of the store, but smoke and water had chewed up the rest. From where I sat, I could see through the shattered front glass into the dim interior. The overhead lights were dead. The emergency exit signs still glowed weakly, casting red halos. The living room section looked like a stage after a bomb. The rug was soaked and streaked dark. The couch was a collapsed silhouette. The fake plant was a blackened skeleton. Pieces of ceiling tile lay on the floor, like fallen snow, stained with soot. It should all have blended into one dark mess. But in the far corner, near where the display had always been, there was a shape that my brain recognized before my eyes did. A familiar beige curve standing out against the char and ash. It was half obscured by shadows and distance, just a lump of darker gray in a world of blackened shapes. It could have been a pile of cushions. It could have been a flipped-over table. But as I stared through the broken window, cars idling behind me, the smell of burned insulation in my nose, I would have sworn it was a chair. Not toppled, not smashed, just sitting, exactly where something that hates to be moved might choose to wait, patient and untouched, while the world around it burned. The new apartment was supposed to be my reset button. It did not smell like my old life yet. That was the first thing I noticed. No faint mix of thrift store dust and reheated gas station food. No trace of the cheap incense my upstairs neighbor used to burn. Just that generic apartment complex smell. Fresh paint on top of old paint, industrial cleaner, and a hint of something damp in the hallway carpet. It was a one-bedroom on the second floor of a building that looked exactly like the three others in the complex. The siding was a tired beige. The railings outside were chipped metal that left rust streaks on your hand if you grabbed too hard. The place was Creekside Villas on the brochure, but the only water nearby was the formation of puddles in the parking lot when it rained. From my living room window, instead of a quiet side street, I now had a view over a cracked asphalt parking lot, and across it, a discount tire shop with a big yellow sign. During the day, I could already tell I would get to watch people sitting in plastic chairs while their cars were jacked up, daytime TV blaring through the glass. At night, the lot lights left the rubber stacks looking like low, hunched shapes. Inside, the layout was different enough to feel unfamiliar. Small kitchen opening into the living room, narrow hallway to the bedroom and bathroom. The carpet was newer, but still that same anonymous rental gray. The walls were the color of off-brand vanilla ice cream. The sounds were different too. The fridge in this place had a higher whine than my old one, almost like a distant power tool, with a little rattle every time the compressor kicked in. The AC was central instead of a window unit, a steady low roar in the vents when it ran. Down the hall, someone's baby cried every few hours. That sharp, jagged sound that slices through walls like they are not there. The first day, I shuffled boxes in, sweating through my shirt, feeling my muscles complain. I set up the couch, the TV, the cheap coffee table. I plugged in the lamp I trusted. One thing I did not bring into the new place: cameras. The old hallway and living room cams went into a box I taped shut and shoved into the bedroom closet. The idea of installing them again made my stomach flip. I did not want any more evidence of things I could not explain. I did not want a screen to tell me I was not alone when I was trying to believe that I was. If something was going to stand in my corner, I decided, I would rather not have a live feed of it. By the time I had the essentials set up, it was after midnight. The The tire shop across the lot had gone dark hours ago, its sign off, windows black. The complex had its own late-night soundtrack. Someone's TV murmuring behind a wall, distant laughter from a balcony, a car door slamming, the rhythmic clunk of footsteps on the metal stair outside. I heated up something microwavable, ate it standing up at the counter, and then collapsed onto the couch. The room felt blank. Not exactly safe, just not filled in yet. No grooves in the floor from years of furniture, no indent in the carpet where someone had lived out the last part of their life. Just fresh carpet fibers crushed under my own feet and the square impression of where the couch now sat. I told myself that mattered, that I had finally outrun the worst of it. The TV glow painted the walls in blue and white. I let some nothing show play without really hearing it. Every time I caught myself listening for the familiar rhythm of the old building, my old neighbor's TV, the highway hiss outside, I reminded myself, new place, new sounds. I did not know the pattern here yet. That felt important. Patterns are how you notice when something doesn't fit. Sometime around 2 a.m., the show rolled into another episode I was not watching. My eyelids felt gritty. My brain drifted in that floaty space where thoughts start nodding into half-dreams. That was when I noticed it. The AC clicked off with a soft clunk and a long exhale from the vents, like the building was sighing. The low roar faded into nothing. A beat later, the fridge finished one of its cycles, and the high, whining buzz cut out, leaving a tiny, almost physical emptiness in the air. Upstairs, the muffled rise and fall of someone's TV chatter cut off mid-sentence. Either they turned it off, or the sleep timer finally did its job. The baby down the hall had gone quiet. No traffic passed outside. For the first time since I had moved in, the building hit that impossible, pure zero. No machines, no neighbors, no pipes. Just one long, clean second of absolute stillness. In the old place, I had learned to dread that second. It had followed me from the store like a shadow that did not care about geography. I had hoped somehow that a new address would reset the clock. It had not. The hairs on my arms lifted. My skin felt too tight. I kept my eyes on the TV, on the fake blue living room where fictional people were arguing, trying to pretend I had not noticed. Then, from my right, in that carved-out silence, I heard it. Clock. The sound was so clear it might as well have been played through headphones. A small, solid knock on wood. Not on the door, not hollow enough, not on the wall, not muffled enough. It was close, too close. A heartbeat later, clock. Then, after a pause that stretched wider than it should have, clock. 3. Like it always seemed to be when it wanted to be heard. My body knew exactly what it was hearing. That small, precise impact, like knuckles tapping the side of a wooden armrest. It came from ear level, a couple of feet to my right, exactly where an armrest would be if there were a chair next to my couch. I did not turn my head. For a moment, every part of me locked up. My neck, my shoulders, even my breathing held itself still, as if moving too fast would acknowledge that something had earned my attention. The TV flickered useless light. My own reflection stared back at me in the dark portions of the screen, eyes a little too wide. There's nothing there, I told myself, lips barely moving. You didn't bring any chairs. There's a wall, an outlet, and air. That's it. The building seemed to agree. The second stretched. No follow-up knocks. No breath. No voice. Then the fridge kicked back on, whining into the silence. The AC followed, humming air into the vents like nothing had paused. Somewhere upstairs, a toilet flushed. Life resumed, ordinary and indifferent. I swallowed. My tongue felt like chalk. Slowly, as if I were lifting something heavy, I turned my head to the right. The space next to the couch was exactly what I knew it was. Empty. No chair, no table, just a strip of gray carpet, the baseboard, and a blank stretch of wall with one lonely electrical outlet. The light from the TV threw a faint rectangle of blue over it, making the emptiness look even more obvious. Nothing to explain the sound that had been so close I could have reached out and touched it. Nothing. And yet, on my left shoulder, right where the bruise had bloomed weeks earlier and faded to yellow, I felt it. That same pressure, not the full weight of a body leaning on me. More like the presence of a hand that had been resting there for a long time, unnoticed, suddenly revealing itself by tightening just enough to say, "I never left." The fingers were not squeezing hard. They did not have to. The shape of them was enough. Long, narrow, curling over the curve of bone, thumb pressing just under the ridge of my collar. I did not need a camera to tell me I was not alone anymore. The message had already been delivered. Time did not fix anything. It just wrapped it in routine. A few months went by, long enough for the bruises on my wrist and shoulder to fade completely. Long enough for my hands to stop shaking whenever a notification popped up on my phone. Long enough for me to start telling myself I had overreacted. That stress and exhaustion and a messed up imagination had done most of the work, and the rest was just bad luck. I got the new job, night shift stocking at a big box store on the far end of town. The kind of place that glows blue and white against the highway. Open 24 hours, selling everything from bananas to lawn mowers. My world shrank to aisles and pallets. Night shift has its own soundscape. The squeak of pallet jacks, the beep-beep of backing forklifts, the crinkle of shrink wrap, the low hum of the store's own AC pounding through ductwork big enough to crawl into. We stocked while the rest of the city slept, pushing boxes and filling shelves under fluorescent lights that felt a little too bright at 3 a.m. Sometimes the PA system would crackle for no reason. The night manager would joke about ghosts in the wiring, and everyone would snort and keep working. I found a kind of numb comfort in it. These shelves were new, these products boxed and sealed, fresh from distribution centers. Nothing had sat in someone's living room for 20 years, accruing feelings. On my days off, I kept things small. Groceries, laundry, bills. I walked past 2 different thrift stores on my usual routes and did not go in. I crossed the street if I had to. My friends joked that I had turned snobby about used stuff after working around it for too long. I let them think that. If anyone brought up weird stories from their jobs, statusy radios, lights flicking in empty aisles, I smiled and changed the subject. For a while, it almost worked. Then, on a Tuesday afternoon, after a morning shift that bled into lunchtime, one of my coworkers, Mike, clapped me on the shoulder in the locker room and said, "Hey, you got anywhere to be?" "Home and horizontal," I said. "10 minutes," he said. "Come with me up the road. There's this thrift place where I get tools for cheap. My drill died, and I am not paying full price for a new one. You can help me judge which junk is least likely to explode." I started to say no. The word was right there. Instead, what came out was, "Different chain?" "Yeah, he said. Not that place off Kingston. This one's up past the tire place, near the laundromat. Totally different setup. You'll like it. They have a whole wall of busted electronics that look like they came out of a time machine. Different chain, different suppliers, different donations. That line of thinking had gotten me through more than one anxious moment. For a second, I stood at the edge of the decision, weighing the hassle of explaining why I suddenly hated secondhand stores more than I hated the idea of stepping into one. The first one. Fine, I said. 10 minutes. We drove in his truck, the interior smelling of fast food and motor oil. The sky was that washed-out blue that makes everything feel farther away than it is. The thrift store he took me to was in a squat building wedged between a laundromat and a storefront church. The sign was hand-painted, Bright Futures Thrift, in cheerful colors that did not match the sun-faded, cracked parking lot. Inside, it was normal. Too normal, almost. The layout was the same basic skeleton as every other place like it. Racks of clothes in the middle, housewares on one side, electronics and books on the other, and a furniture row along the back wall. The smell hit me first. A mix of old fabric, disinfectant, and that faint, sour note of things that have lived other lives. It was close enough to my old store's scent that my stomach clenched. But the details were different. The overhead music was classic rock instead of country. The intercom voice that came on with a reminder about colored tag discounts had a different cadence than Rick's. The scanner beeps at the front registers, pinged at a slightly higher pitch. It's just another store, I told myself. Things move, stuff gets donated, resold. That's what it does. That's all. Mike made a beeline for the wall of tools and old electronics near the back, chattering about brand names and voltage. I'll be over there, he said. Go look for a cool lamp or something. Your place looked like a motel last time you sent a pic. I managed a weak snort and drifted the other way, basketless, hands in my pockets. I told myself I would stick to the book aisle. Books didn't scare me. Worst thing a book had ever done to me was give me insomnia. But the path took me past furniture first. I did not mean to look. I honestly did not. I kept my gaze at chest height, on the signs, the price tags, the little handwritten sofa firm note taped to a couch. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw the curve of an armrest, faded fabric, the glint of dark wood at the exact angle my hand remembered. My body recognized it before my brain did. My heart stuttered. My feet stopped. I turned my head. There it was. Beige armchair. Wooden arms, darkened at the ends where hands had rested for years. The fabric was the same tired, non-color that was somewhere between tan and gray. The cushion had that familiar slight sag, like it had a preferred occupant and resented substitutes. The back had a faint darker patch at head height, as if someone had leaned there over and over, hair or skin oils ghosting into the weave. For a moment, I convinced myself it could not be the same chair. There have to be 1,000 of that model out there. Generic, mass-produced, sold by the truckload decades ago. Any one of them could have lived out its retirement in a thrift store. Then I saw the tiny scar on the right arm, where the wood had a lighter slash through the finish, a patch I had rubbed my thumb over 100 times in my old store. Tracing the imperfection as I priced it, moved it, convinced myself it was just furniture. Same mark, same pattern of wear on the front edge of the cushion, same slightly frayed seam on the left side where a thread had pulled loose. If it was not the same chair, Then the universe had decided to copy it down to the smallest flaw. The tag hanging from the arm had a different logo now. Bright Futures in bubbly font, a little cartoon sun in the corner. Different handwriting too, loopy and neat. 59 Naris 99, it said. More than Rick had ever dared ask. Maybe they thought pricing it higher made it special. As I stared at it, the noise of the store around me started to dull. The chatter of people arguing softly over dishes. The laughter of a kid near the toy bin. The steady background track of the radio. Some old rock song about love and highways. The staccato beep of scanners at the front. All of it fell back, like someone was slowly turning a dial down. The edges of the sounds blurred, as if they were coming through a long tunnel filled with water. My focus narrowed to the chair. I could hear my own breathing, rough in my ears. And under that, sliding around the edges of perception, something else. A familiar breathing that was not mine. That slow, thin, elderly inhale, followed by a long, uneven exhale. Not loud, not theatrical. Just the quiet, tired rhythm of lungs that did not want to work anymore but refused to stop. I stood there, staring, pulse pounding, feeling the air around me cool a degree or two. The hairs on my arms lifted. The back of my neck felt exposed, like someone was looking at it. I wanted to back away. My legs did not get the message. That was when my phone buzzed in my pocket. The vibration against my thigh jolted through me like a shock. The store sounds did not come back with it. Everything stayed weirdly muffled. I fumbled the phone out with clumsy fingers, half expecting to see the camera app again. Another motion notification from a place that should have been empty. Instead, a new line slid across the top of the screen. Unknown number, 1. New picture message. The world shrank down to that sentence. I did not want to open it. Every sane part of me knew what good horror movies do with messages like that. But I was long past the point of making sane choices. My thumb tapped the banner before I could stop it. The picture loaded almost instantly, like it had been waiting on my phone instead of coming through a network. The angle hit me first. It was taken from somewhere near the back of the furniture row, looking down the line of couches and chairs toward where I stood. I recognized the layout, even in the flattened image. The shelf of lamps on the left, the row of dressers on the right, the bright smear of the front windows in the far distance. In the center of the frame was me. I was standing exactly as I was in that moment. Shoulders slightly hunched, one hand half lifted, like I was about to reach out and touch something, head tilted forward in a fixed stare. Same clothes I was wearing, same posture. In front of me, taking up the bottom third of the image, was the beige armchair. It was perfectly framed, like someone had composed the shot, made sure the subject was centered. The tag hung at the same angle. The cushion had that small, familiar dip. And in the picture, not in my peripheral vision, not in my imagination, but in cold, captured pixels, she was sitting in it. The elderly figure was clearer now than she had been in the living room image. Closer. Her body was hunched, shoulders caved inward as if guarding something. Wispy hair clung to her scalp and hung in thin strands around her face, like spider webs caught on a bush. Her dress was a washed-out pattern that might once have been flowers. Her face was still half in shadow, the overhead lights of the store leaving her eye sockets dark. But there was enough detail visible to make my stomach lurch. The fold of skin at her jaw, the deep lines around her mouth, the slight curl of her lip that could have been anger or amusement. Her right hand was lifted from the armrest, fingers uncurled, reaching forward. In the photo, her hand hovered inches from my shoulder, bent in the same shape it had taken in my living room picture, just about to make contact. Whoever, or whatever, had taken the picture had been standing behind me, close enough that if I had turned around at that moment, I would have collided with them. I had not turned. In the real store, in real time, I stood frozen with my phone in my hand, thumb digging into the edge of the case hard enough to hurt. I did not need to look over my shoulder to know what the picture meant. She did not care where the chair went. She did not care which store it sat in, or who wrote the price tag, or what the logo on the sign outside said. She had followed her chair through a house, a truck, a store, a fire, another store. And now, apparently, she had learned how to stand just behind you and show you what you were not yet willing to see. There's a point where you stop asking, "Is this real?" and start asking a worse question. How far does this go? After that picture in the second thrift store, the one of me staring at the chair while she sat in it, hand hovering toward my shoulder, I walked out without buying anything. Mike was still comparing drills by the tool wall when I told him I felt sick and needed air. "You good, man?" he asked, frowning. "Yeah," I lied. "Just the smell. Mold or something." Outside, the sun felt too bright. The parking lot shimmered. My phone was a weight in my pocket, the new photo sitting in it like a loaded file. On the drive back, a thought kept looping in my head, louder than the radio, louder than the tires on the road. This is not just about a chair. For a long time, that had been my mental cage. The chair was the problem. The story had a neat outline. Old woman, favorite seat, lonely death. Her anger sunk into the wood and fabric like a stain. You move the chair, you move the problem. You avoid the chair, you avoid the problem. Now, that felt thin. I kept seeing the fire-blackened store in my head, the living room section burned out, and that one pale shape in the corner. I kept seeing the same chair show up in a different store, days or weeks later, priced higher, like a bad joke. That was one possibility, that this one physical object was simply too stubborn to die. Chairs are portable. People pick them up, move them, treat them like nothing. Trucks carry them from house to house, store to store. It was not impossible that the same piece of furniture had survived a house death and a store fire and ended up on another sales floor. But something in my gut whispered that even if someone finally chopped it into firewood and burned it to ash, that would not be the end. The problem no longer felt like the wood and fabric. It felt like something that had learned to step off. Another thought crept in. The kind of thought you do not want to say out loud because it makes things more solid when you do. What if it was not even about that specific chair anymore? What if Evelyn Hargrove, who had spent 20 years sinking into that spot, yelling at the air, waiting for calls that never came, had finally found a way to anchor herself to something less limited than wood? The act of sitting, maybe. The posture of being half watched and half forgotten. The feeling of being left alone too long in front of a TV while life went on somewhere else. What if every time someone sat in her chair long enough, let it hold their weight, let their mind wander in it, they opened a little door? And what if, after a while, she did not need the chair as much as she needed those doors? I did not have answers. Just a growing collection of patterns I did not like. I called Lauren that night. We had texted here and there since I quit, sent each other dumb memes, and occasional updates about customers from hell. But we had not talked about the chair in weeks. She picked up on the third ring. "Hey, stranger," she said. I told her about the other thrift store. The same shape, the same scar on the arm, the new price tag. I did not mention the photo at first. I wanted to see how far her side of the story had gone before I added another log to the fire. She was quiet for a second. I could hear the clink of dishes in the background, the soft murmur of a TV. "After the fire," she said slowly, "Rick told everyone the chair was destroyed. Like, made a point of saying it. Yeah, that creepy thing? Toast. Don't worry about it anymore." "Do you believe him?" I asked. She hesitated. "He said it like he was trying to convince himself," she admitted. "He didn't sound sure. Fire marshal said most of the worst damage was in the back, wiring and all that. Living room corner got smoked, not roasted. When I drove by, it looked like some stuff back there was still shapes." I pictured the blackened display, that one pale curve. "You still work in there?" I asked. "Yeah," she sighed. "Insurance money, renovations, new manager now, new layout, new everything. We reopened last week." "How's it feel?" She let out a half laugh. "Like someone put a fresh coat of paint on a grave," she said. "We have new couches, new chairs. Corporate sent a whole truckload of modern stuff to make it look less like a grandma's attic." Then softer. "Some of them feel the same, though." "What do you mean?" "I mean, I'll sit for a second on break," she said, "in a chair that doesn't look anything like hers. Different color, different shape. And for a second, it feels like that first time in the beige one. Like the air pulls in, and I can hear my own heartbeat too loud. Like the background noise takes a step back, you know?" "I know," I said. "The worst part," she added, "is that if I stand up right then, everything's normal again. So I keep thinking I'm the problem, that it's just my brain, my stupid nerves. But sometimes, when a customer sits down and closes their eyes, just for a second, I swear, the whole store tilts." We were both quiet after that. I finally told her about the photos, the one in my living room, the one in the second thrift store, how they showed me in places I was, and her in places she should not be. "Delete them," Lauren whispered immediately. "I know that sounds dumb, but I don't know. It feels like keeping those is like keeping a key for her." "I've thought about it," I said. "Then I think about not having proof and wondering if I imagined all of it." "You didn't," she said. I sat in that chair. I heard her breathe. I felt her breath on my neck. Real is real even if nobody writes a report about it. After we hung up, I sat on my couch in the new apartment and tried to map out what I believed. I started thinking of her as a secondhand ghost. Not a classic haunt tied to one house, one room, one bloodstain on the floor. More like something passed along with the object, like a smell in fabric that no detergent can get out. Every time the chair was moved, dragged across a floor, loaded into a truck, wheeled into a display, it carried her with it. Every time someone really sat in it, not just bounced and left, but sank into it, let their body relax, let their thoughts blur, they opened themselves up to the shape she had carved there. Maybe each sitter gave her a new anchor, something to hold on to, a new doorframe to lean in. Maybe when the fire hit, when water and smoke soaked into the stuffing, she realized wood and fabric burn, but habits do not. Memories do not. The way someone's body remembers the exact give of a cushion when they sit, that does not live in the chair alone. It lives in the person too. And if she could hitch a ride in that memory, in that sensation, then the chair was no longer the only piece traveling. Once that idea lodged in my head, I started hearing everything. Every wood creak became suspect. The groan of a plastic chair in the break room when someone shifted, the tired squeak of bus seats when I sat down on my off days to ride into town, the slow, aching complaint of a church pew when I let my aunt talk me into going with her one Sunday, trying to pretend like being somewhere holy might scrub me clean. Every time something under me voiced its discomfort, I tensed, waiting for the air to change, for the background noise to flatten, for a slow, foreign breath to thread into mine. Most times, nothing happened. Life went on. People complained about their backs, about cheap furniture, about cheap bosses. Then came the night at work, when the pattern snapped back into place. It was a slow one. The store had been quiet. The kind of weeknight where only a handful of insomniacs and night shift workers came through. We had finished most of the stocking early. Around 3:15 a.m., the manager let us stagger our breaks. I took mine alone in the tiny break room behind the garden center. It was a plain, fluorescent box. 2 plastic tables, a row of mismatched chairs that wobbled on the tile, a soda machine humming in the corner, a microwave that had seen better decades, and a refrigerator full of other people's lunches and mystery containers nobody claimed. I sat in one of the chairs, scrolling my phone, the blue light washing out the world. The chair under me did its little plastic flex every time I shifted my weight, making that cheap, hollow sound. The vending machine hummed, little refrigeration unit buzzing away. The cooler fan in the fridge whirred. Out beyond the break room door, I could hear the beep of a forklift in reverse, the distant squeak of a pallet jack, the murmur of voices over the walkie-talkies. Normal. So normal, it was almost boring. I clicked my screen off for a second, letting my eyes rest. Right then, as if some invisible conductor had dropped his baton, all the machines cut out at once. The vending machine's hum went dead. The fridge fan spun down into silence. The distant forklift beep stopped in mid-sequence. Even the faint whoosh of the store's main AC outside the door faded like someone had stuffed cotton in my ears. The break room dropped into that too familiar perfect stillness. I did not move. The plastic chair under me creaked softly once, then froze. In that one carved-out second, right behind my right ear, close enough that I could feel the ghost of breath on the shell of it, a voice I knew too well whispered. You sat in my seat again. The words were dry as paper, edged with a tired anger that had outlived flesh. The second ended. The vending machine kicked back on with a clunk. The fridge whirred. Out on the floor, the forklift beeped again, picking up exactly where it had left off, like nothing had interrupted it. I sat there, hands flat on the table, heart pounding, staring at the scuffed laminate surface. The chair I was sitting in was cheap plastic on a steel frame. It had probably never been in a living room. It had probably spent its whole life in one break room or another, holding bored employees and their sandwiches. It did not matter. I understood, with a clarity that made me feel a little sick, that to her, the details were irrelevant. Wood, plastic, fabric, metal, house, store, church, break room. If you sat long enough, if you let yourself forget you were alone, if you made the mistake of relaxing in the shape she knew best, it was her seat. Once you admit something might follow you, it gets harder to believe it is only following you. That was the thought that kept circling my head like a fly. If this thing could step out of a chair and into a moment, why would it stop with one person? Why would it limit itself to my life, my bad luck? I started doing something I had never done before. I began testing the water around other people, not directly. I did not sit anyone down and say, "Hey, do you have a ghost that hates to see you sit comfortably?" I am not completely gone. But when conversations drifted in certain directions, old houses, secondhand stuff, bad vibes, I nudged them just a little. My downstairs neighbor in the new complex was the first one. He was a big guy with a soft voice who worked irregular shifts and smoked on his balcony at weird hours. We ran into each other by the mailboxes one evening. He was grumbling about his back, how it hurt worse in the mornings. "You sleeping on a bad mattress?" I asked, sorting my junk mail. "Nah, mattress is new," he said. "It's this damn recliner I picked up from a storage auction. You know those units they sell when people stop paying? Got a whole living room set for dirt cheap." My fingers tightened on a coupon. "Yeah? Looks nice enough," he said, "but I keep waking up in it." I glanced up. "What do you mean?" He shifted on his feet, looking embarrassed. "I'll go to bed like normal," he said. "Phone on the nightstand, lights off, all that." Then I blink, and it's 3 a.m, and I'm in the recliner in the living room, TV off, no memory of getting up, just sitting there, with my hands on the arms, like some old man. He gave a shaky laugh that did not reach his eyes. "Last time, I woke up with my fingernails dug into the fabric so hard I left marks, like I'd been holding on for dear life." "Sleepwalking?" I suggested. "Maybe," he said. "Never did it before. Apartment's locked every time, though. No doors open, no windows, just me in that chair." I almost told him to get rid of it, burn it, drag it to the curb, anything. The word sat on my tongue and dried out there. Instead, I said, "You ever hear anything weird when you're in it?" He frowned. "Like what?" "Knocking," I said. "Or breathing." He stared at me for a long second, like he was trying to decide if I was messing with him. "Sometimes," he said quietly. "But old buildings make sounds, right?" "Right," I said. Another time, on lunch break at the big box store, I sat with Sarah from Garden Center. She was scrolling her phone, showing me pictures of her dog in various costumes. We got onto the topic of home projects, painting, furniture. "I found this perfect reading chair on Facebook Marketplace," she said. "Like something out of my grandma's house. I love it, but my boyfriend hates it." "Why?" "He says it gives him the creeps," she said. "I think he's dramatic, but I'll admit, it's weird sometimes." "Weird how?" I asked. She blew on her hot coffee, avoiding my eyes. "If I stay up late reading," she said, "and the house gets really quiet, I'll hear this, tapping on the armrest, like someone drumming their fingernails, 3 times, always 3. But when I look down, my hands are on the book, not the arms." She laughed, too loud. "I'm probably just spooking myself," she added. "Probably," I echoed. After that, I heard more little stories. A cousin talking about an antique dining chair that makes you feel watched. A guy from Night Crew swearing that every time he naps on his mom's old love seat, he dreams of someone standing over him, angry that he's there. Most of it could be chalked up to bad sleep, anxiety, the way people project emotions onto objects. Maybe all of it. Maybe none of it. I had no good way to tell where my paranoia ended and pattern began. The weirdest part was how much of it centered on the same elements. Old furniture, usually secondhand, sitting too long, waking up where you did not mean to be. Small noises in the moments when everything else is quiet. The more I listened, the more it felt like I was hearing echoes of the same complaint in different voices. It did not help that I had started seeing the chair everywhere, even where it was not. One night, carrying a basket of laundry into the complex laundromat, I caught a glimpse of something pale in the reflection of the glass door. In the reflection, just behind my shoulder, there was a beige shape, a curved back, the suggestion of wooden arms. For a heartbeat, it looked like the chair was sitting right in the middle of the room behind me, impossible in the narrow space between the washers. I spun around so fast I almost dropped my basket. The room was empty. Just the row of machines, the folding table, the trash can. No chair. When I turned back to the door, the reflection was normal again. Just me. A row of round washer windows, fluorescent glare. Another time, waiting at a bus stop on my day off, I leaned against one of those shelters with the polished metal panel on the side. Rain dotted the surface, turning my reflection into a warped, rippling thing. In that warped metal, at the edge of the frame, I saw it, an outline of a familiar back and arms, positioned in the corner of the shelter, as if a whole piece of living room had been pasted into the scene. My own reflection sat beside it, shoulders hunched. I turned my head. Nothing there but the empty bench. After a while, I stopped trusting surfaces. Glass, chrome, anything that could show me a version of the world my eyes were not seeing on their own. The sounds were worse. By then, I could chart my days by the moments when the world briefly shut itself off. The second in the new apartment, when the fridge and AC both rested. The lull in the break room. The pause between one forklift run and the next. The all-machine stop pattern had followed me into one place I thought it would never touch. My car. I was driving home late, cutting along a mostly empty stretch of road that ran past dark strip malls and shuttered fast food places. The engine hummed under the dash. The AC was on low, pushing cool air at my ankles. The radio was tuned badly to some station, low static with bits of music buried in it. It was the kind of quiet night drive that used to relax me. Dark, repetitive, nobody tailgating me. The world reduced to cones of headlight and the occasional reflective sign. The traffic thinned even more as I passed the old industrial lots. No other cars in my lane. No one in the rearview mirror but my own eyes. Then, mid-breath, the soundscape changed. The engine's hum did not stop, but it seemed to pull away, like someone turned the volume knob down inside the cabin. The vibration under the steering wheel felt muted, distant. The AC fan went from a soft rush to nothing. No air, no whisper, just a hard cut. The radio static blinked out, leaving a flat absence where noise should have been. I knew that feeling by now. The tiny pocket of quiet, carved out of time, so small you could miss it if you blinked, but big enough for something else to step into. I gripped the wheel tighter, knuckles whitening, eyes fixed on the stretch of road illuminated by my headlights. Not here, I said aloud. Not in the car. From behind my left shoulder, from the space between the driver's seat and the back seat, there came 3 sharp knocks. Clock, clock, clock. They hit the frame of the car just behind my head, the sound tunneling through the metal and upholstery like knuckles on a coffin. The impact reverberated through the seat, jarring me forward. My body reacted before my brain did. I swerved a little, tires jerking toward the shoulder. The rumble strip buzzed under the wheels, growling a warning. I snapped the wheel back by instinct, heart slamming against my ribs. For a second, the headlights swung wildly over the ditch and back onto the lane. Then the engine's hum rushed back to full volume. The AC fan coughed and resumed blowing. The radio static hissed alive again. The car was just a car. The back seat was empty. I did not need to check the mirror to know that. But my skin crawled under my shirt with the phantom sensation that if there had been a mirror angled just right, I might have seen the shape of someone sitting directly behind me, one hand resting on the headrest, tapping their nails against the frame when I forgot how close they were. I pulled into the next gas station lot and just sat there for a while with the engine idling, hands shaking on my knees, looking at the reflection of my own headlights in the store window. I tried to tell myself I was losing it. That stress and lack of sleep and too much late-night reading had finally cracked something. That would have been a cleaner answer. But every time I started down that road, I would think of Lauren, of her breath going tight when she talked about new chairs in the renovated store. I would think of my neighbor waking up in a recliner he did not remember walking to. Of Sarah hearing fingers tap on her reading chair in the dark. Too many stories, circling too close to the same shape. I used to think the chair was traveling between houses and stores. Now I wonder if it is just sitting in one place, and the rest of us are the ones being rearranged around it. Right now, as I am typing this, my apartment is as plain and small and forgettable as it has ever been. That is why I am telling you where everything is. In case anyone ever decides to say this is just a story, I want you to be able to see the room exactly the way I see it. The laptop is on the cheap coffee table in front of me, the kind they sell in flat boxes with too many screws and terrible instructions. The screen light is doing most of the work in here. The only other light is a lamp I bought at a discount place. Thin metal pole, crooked shade, casting a weak yellow cone over the keys and half of the couch. The couch itself is the same sagging thrift store thing I dragged from my old place to this one. The fabric is pilled and a little rough. If I press my palm down beside me, I can feel the dip where I almost always sit. The cushions remember me. That is part of the problem. The window behind the TV looks out over the parking lot. The complex uses those orange sodium lights, so the whole outside world is tinted a sick kind of amber. I can see my car from here, the beaten-up Civic, parked under one of the lamps. The light flattens it out, makes it look like a cardboard cutout of a car instead of the real thing. Above me, every now and then, the overhead unit for the central air gives this dull, tired thump, like a heartbeat that only remembers to beat every few minutes. When it kicks on, I can hear air dragging itself through the vents in the ceiling. When it shuts off, the apartment exhales. The fridge in the kitchenette is doing its thing too. A high-pitched hum, the occasional rattling clunk as the compressor catches. Somewhere in the building, a door slams, muffled by drywall and someone else's pictures. That is where I am sitting as you hear this. You might be in a completely different place. You might be in bed, on your side, phone on the nightstand, or under your pillow, earbuds in. Your AC unit or fan is probably running, making that constant white noise everyone says is good for sleep. There is a glow under your door from the hallway, or the bathroom light left on for someone else. Every so often, a car passes outside your house, headlights sliding across your curtains, and you tell yourself you're used to it. You might be on a couch like mine, in a small apartment, TV on low, just for company, kitchen light off, only that blue flicker touching the cabinets. The fridge clicks on and off. You can hear your upstairs neighbor walking across their floor, which is your ceiling. There is a clock somewhere, maybe in the microwave, counting minutes you're not really using for sleep. You might be in a truck cab, parked somewhere you do not really think of as safe or unsafe, just a place to stop. The dashboard glows faintly. The heater, or AC, blows at your feet. Outside the glass, there is the empty after-hours lot of some freight yard, or a rest stop, or a back road. Your mirrors show you almost nothing. The radio is off so you can hear if anyone walks up. Wherever you are, you have your own little soundscape. The hum of a fridge, the hiss of an AC vent, the low whoosh of a fan, a neighbor's TV bleeding through the wall, a car rolling past outside like a distant wave. If you listen for it, you can probably hear at least one of those right now. I am not telling you any of this to freak you out for fun. This is not one of those made-up-to-get-clicks stories. I am not sending this to a horror channel because I think you are going to solve it, or because I want some kind of diagnosis from strangers. I am telling you this because I need there to be a record of it somewhere outside my own head. I have tried ignoring it. I have tried starving it of attention. I quit one job, moved apartments, changed whole routes I used to drive. I stopped going into thrift stores altogether until today. None of that stopped the thing that happens when the machines all rest at once. So now, I am trying the opposite. I am writing it all down. If you are hearing my voice read this to you on a video somewhere, that means somebody on the other end decided it was worth narrating. Maybe they added creepy music. Maybe there is a picture of a chair in the thumbnail and a title that sounds dramatic. That part is out of my hands. What is in my hands is this keyboard, and the choice not to pretend none of this happened. I want you to understand something important. I am not telling you this because I think you are in danger, not exactly. I am also not telling you because I think you can help me. There is no help for this, not the kind that fixes it. I know that. Even if you believed every word, even if someone somewhere tracked down every piece of furniture I have mentioned and burned it all, even if they bulldozed every house and store that ever held that chair, it would not reach into the space I am talking about. You cannot throw away the moment when the fridge, the AC, the neighbor's TV, the vending machine, the car engine all decide at the same time to be quiet. You cannot donate that to a thrift store. You carry it around with you. I am telling you this because I want at least one other brain on earth to know the shape of what I am living with. So that if you ever hear 3 knocks that are not at your door, and you feel something touch your shoulder when no one is standing behind you, you will not have to wonder if you are the first person it ever chose. I am also telling you because there is a part of me that still hopes, stupidly, that naming something takes a little of its power away. That if I call it what it is, if I admit that there is a dead woman in a secondhand chair who hates to be alone and hates even more to be forgotten, maybe she will be satisfied with being remembered and finally sit still. I know that is not really how it works, but hope does not ask for permission. The keys under my fingers are cheap. They rattle a little when I type too fast. When I pause, the apartment presses in. Right now, I can hear the fridge humming. the AC pushing through the vents in a tired sigh. A car going past in the lot, tires hissing on worn asphalt. Distant laughter from someone on the next building's balcony. Every once in a while, there is a little thump from upstairs, where my neighbor drops something or walks too heavy. I wish I could tell you that, since I started typing this, nothing weird has happened. That it has politely stayed in the past while I drag it out into your present. That is not true. Just now, as I wrote that last sentence, the AC cut off with a soft clunk. I heard the compressor in the fridge wind down into silence. The laughter outside stopped. Not faded, just stopped. Whoever was on that balcony went back inside or closed their door. The car sounds died. No engines, no tires on gravel. The building hit that familiar, all-off second, the one I told you about. I have learned to feel it in my bones now. It is like standing on a dock when a boat's wake passes under it. Every board shifts a fraction, but you only really notice if you are already waiting. Only this time, the quiet did not snap back right away. Usually, it is a blip, a little gap you could miss if you blinked. Tonight, it stretched just long enough to make my skin prickle. The silence settled around me like someone draping a heavy blanket over my shoulders and holding the edges down. The laptop screen glowed into that silence. The cursor blinked on a half-finished sentence. I realized I was holding my breath. Behind me, on the other side of the couch, in the space I cannot see without turning my head, the air changed. Nothing touched me. Not yet. But the sense was there, clearer than it has been in a long time, that someone was standing directly behind the couch, as close to me as they would have to be to reach out and put a hand on my shoulder whenever they felt like it. The thing about typing all of this is that at some point, you start to believe in the finish line. You tell yourself, if I can just get to the last period, if I can just send this, maybe it will be like standing up from a bad seat and walking away for good. That is where I was a few minutes ago. Leaning over this cheap coffee table, fingers aching, laptop fan whining, cursor crawling toward the end of a story I never wanted to have in the first place. My phone was on the table to the right of the laptop, screen down, case a little scuffed at the corners. Close enough to grab, far enough that I would not keep checking it every time my nerves twitched. Behind me, that sense of someone standing just on the other side of the couch had not gone away. It had become a kind of background pressure, like a person in a crowded elevator who stands half an inch too close and pretends not to notice. I told myself not to look. I told myself to finish this instead. Because you, wherever you are right now, deserve a whole story, not one that cuts off mid-sentence with a lot of speculation and no end. I was in the middle of the paragraph before this one when my phone buzzed, just once. It vibrated hard enough that I saw it shift a little on the table, a small skid of plastic on wood. The sound of it made a dull thump that felt louder than the fridge, louder than the AC, louder than the cars in the lot. I did not reach for it. Not right away. I kept typing, hands a little clumsier now. The keys clicked under my fingers, the cursor moved, the words piled up. The buzzing had already stopped. Whatever had arrived was already sitting there, waiting, in that rectangular slab of glass. Unknown number, one picture, 0 minutes ago. I knew that was what it said even before I saw it. I could almost feel the notification sitting there, pulsing quietly, like a heartbeat in a place there should not be one. I told myself I would check it when I finished this section. That is what I bargained with. Just a few more lines. Just let me get this part down. As I typed, the feeling on my right shoulder changed. Until then, it had just been a sense, a presence, a weight of attention. Now it became something more physical, the way humidity becomes actual rain. It started as a subtle pressure, right on the top of the joint, where my shirt seams meet, like someone resting their palm there in a casual, almost gentle way. Not pushing, just claiming. The couch frame behind me gave a tiny, distinct crack, like old wood adjusting to a shift in weight that had not been there a moment ago. I heard fabric fibers stretch, tiny, whispery sounds, the upholstery giving a little underload, the kind of noises you do not notice until you are listening for them. The pressure on my shoulder deepened. It was not painful. It was worse than painful. It was familiar. The shape of the fingers seemed to line up exactly with the faded bruises I had carried once. Thumb at the front. 4 fingers curling over the top, one joint at a time. My right hand stuttered on the keyboard. Letters went wrong, piled into each other. I backspaced without looking, eyes fixed on the text crawling across the screen. The fridge hummed. The AC whispered. Somewhere outside, a car rolled by, slow, tires on gravel. Behind all of that, the hand on my shoulder felt as real as the keys under my fingers. I could have turned around. All I would have had to do was twist my neck, glance over the back of the couch, and let my eyes confirm or deny what my skin already knew. Instead, I did what I have done too many times since this started. I pretended not knowing was safer than knowing for sure. I finished the sentence I was on, finished the one after that. The phone sat to my right, silent now. The notification might as well have been glowing through the table. Eventually, the choice became its own kind of weight. Not just the hand on my shoulder, but the knowledge that if I did not look, I would spend the rest of my life wondering what I had refused to see. I stopped typing. The old woman's fingers seemed to tighten a fraction, as if she disapproved. Slowly, I reached over with my left hand, the one farther from the weight, and pulled the phone toward me. The screen lit up as I lifted it, spilling dim white over my hand, the keyboard, my jeans. There it was. Unknown number. 1. Picture. 0 minutes ago. The timestamp in the corner matched the moment I had felt the world cut out a few minutes back, when the apartment's sounds had paused just a heartbeat too long. My thumb hovered over the notification. Do not. Some sane, buried part of me whispered. I tapped it. The photo opened immediately. No loading wheel, no delay. It was my living room. Right now. Present tense. The angle was wrong. It was a little high, a little off-center, looking down at the couch and coffee table from above the TV. Exactly the kind of perspective my laptop camera would have if it were on and transmitting, except there is a strip of black tape over that lens. Has been for months. I put it there myself. On the screen, I saw me. I was sitting exactly as I was sitting at that moment, hunched a little forward, shoulders drawn up, hands on the keyboard, head bent toward the laptop. The cheap lamp on my left cast its familiar cone of yellow light over my face and the keys. The coffee table was there, the mug with the ring of dried coffee at the bottom, the crumpled receipt near my elbow. The window behind the TV showed that same orange-lit parking lot, my car sitting in its spot like a toy. Behind me, in the photo, something new filled the space between the back of the couch and the wall. The beige chair, it was placed flush against the back of the sofa, as if someone had carefully pushed it into position so that the person sitting in it could lean forward and reach the person on the couch without having to stand. The fabric looked the same as ever, tired, slightly stained, caught somewhere between tan and gray. The wooden arms were darkened by decades of touch. The tiny scar on the right arm was visible, a pale slash in the grain, and Evelyn was sitting in it. She was clearer than in any of the other photos. No grain, no blur. Her body was upright, not slumped. Her shoulders looked thin under the faded dress, bones pressing against the fabric. Her head tilted slightly as she leaned forward over the back of the couch. Her left hand gripped the armrest, knuckles like knots. Her right hand rested fully on my shoulder. You could see the way her fingers sank into the fabric of my shirt, indenting it, the way the flesh of my shoulder rose slightly around them. The skin on her hand was paper thin, stretched tight over bones, mottled with age spots that the camera picked up in sick little details. Her face was turned toward the camera. The overhead lamplight caught her features in a way that left no helpfully obscuring shadow. Her skin was pale and dry, lines carved deep around her mouth and eyes. Her lips were compressed into something that might have been disapproval or satisfaction. It was impossible to tell. Her eyes, if they were eyes, were two dark pits set deep in the sockets, reflecting no light. Not red, not glowing, not theatrical, just holes. Places where something used to be. She was looking straight into the lens, straight at whoever would eventually see this, straight at you, if this image ever made it beyond my phone and into a video frame. My stomach lurched. For a second, I thought I might actually throw up over the keyboard. My first instinct was to turn around, finally, to see if she was truly sitting there pressed against the back of my couch. But another instinct, older and more animal, pinned me in place. If I turned and saw nothing, that would not make the picture less real. If I turned and saw her, I did not trust myself not to do something worse than scream. So I did something else instead. I hit the call button on the unknown number. My thumb tapped the little phone icon almost on its own. The screen flicked to the call interface. The number displayed at the top was a string of digits with no name attached. No contact photo, no location, just numbers. It rang once, twice. Then there was a thin, mechanical tone, not even a full recorded message. Just that flat, unforgiving sound you get when a line is dead. A number that does not exist. A connection that never was. Disconnected. I pulled the phone away from my ear and stared at the screen. The call had already dropped. The log showed nothing but call failed. I tapped back to the Messages app, fingers clumsy. Where the photo had been a minute before, there was now a gray box with a broken icon and 3 words, failed to load. No thumbnail, no image, just a placeholder, like the file had been erased from somewhere upstream. I tried to open it again. Same result. It was as if the picture had never successfully existed at all. As if my memory of it was just another glitch, another late-night hallucination. My shoulder burned under her invisible hand. I put the phone down carefully, face up this time, like that would make a difference. For the first time since I started writing, I turned my head and looked over my right shoulder. The space behind the couch was empty. No chair, no pale dress, no hunched figure. Just the wall, the baseboard, and the shadow of the lamp's light. If you walked into the room right now and I told you nothing, that is all you would see. A tired guy on an old couch in a cheap apartment talking to himself, through a laptop. Then my eyes landed on the mirror by the hallway. One of those narrow, full-length things you hang because you do not trust your own sense of what you look like when you leave. It was angled just enough that it caught the couch in its edge. In the mirror, my reflection sat where I knew I was sitting. My shoulder, in that reflection, was indented. The fabric of my shirt pulled down. The cushion pressed lower beside me, as if something unseen were sharing the couch, leaning just enough of its weight into me to leave a mark the glass could see, even if my eyes could not. At this point, I have told you everything I can. The house on the hill, the estate truck, the first time I sat down when I should have stayed standing, the store going quiet, the video clips, the fire, the new apartments, the secondhand stories from people who do not know they are confirming mine, the photos that arrive and then erase themselves like someone is embarrassed at how much they gave away. What is left now is just you and whatever room you are in. I do not know you. I do not know your name, your job, your history. I do not know if you are listening because you like feeling afraid, or because this is how you fall asleep, or because the algorithm shoved my life in your face between other people's nightmares. I only know that for the length of this recording, you and I are in the same sentence. So let us talk about you. Look around, wherever you are. Or, if you are in the dark, just take stock without moving. If you are in bed, the mattress dips under you in the same place it always does. Your blanket is pulled up to your chest or your chin. There is a glow from your phone, or from the digital clock, or from a street light bleeding through your curtains. Somewhere nearby, something mechanical is working hard, so you do not have to think about it. An AC unit humming, a box fan chattering, a heater ticking. Your fridge, down the hall, or in the next room, cycles on and off. Pipes in the walls complain quietly every time someone in another apartment uses water. If you are on a couch, maybe not so different from mine, you might be half lying there, screen in your hand, volume low. The TV wash paints your ceiling. A lamp throws a dull circle onto the carpet. The cushions remember where you usually sit. They have molded around your habits. Underneath you, wood and springs and cheap foam are holding you up because that is what they were built to do. The building around you is filling your ears with its usual nighttime soundtrack. If you are in a truck cab or in the driver's seat of a parked car, you have your own small, self-contained world. Dashboard lights dim, heater or AC on low, vents aiming at your feet or hands. Outside is a lot, or a road shoulder, or the side of a dark building. Your mirrors show you little slices of nothing. A radio tower is sending signals through the air that you have turned down to a murmur or shut off completely. All of those places have one thing in common. They are not really quiet. Not yet. Even when you think you are in silence, you are swimming in machine noise. Fans, compressors, motors, old pipes. That is normal. That is good. That is how you know the systems that keep your life comfortable are still doing their job. Here is the part I need you to understand. Every building you spend time in has 1 second, sometimes 2, where all of that stops at once. Not forever, not even long enough for most people to notice. It happens when an AC unit cycles off before the next kicks in, when a fridge rests between compressor pushes, when a water heater is between fills, when your neighbor's TV goes mute at the exact same instant your streaming app buffers. All of it cuts, briefly, into a clean, carved-out piece of nothing. I used to move right through that without feeling it. Now I feel it like a drop in an elevator. If you have made it this far into my story, then I have done something to you that I cannot take back. You have a picture in your head now, whether you want it or not. Somewhere behind your eyes, there is a mental slot labeled "that stupid beige armchair." You can see it if you try. The faded fabric, the dark wooden arms, the way the cushion dips just slightly, like it expects someone specific to sit there and no one else quite fits. You might even see the shape of a small, hunched woman in it, hair like cobwebs, hand reaching forward as if resting it on the nearest available shoulder. Your brain did not have that image before you hit play. It does now. I am not saying that guarantees anything. I am not saying a ghost has latched onto you like spam in your inbox just because you listened. I am not going to tell you that she is definitely on her way to your house, your truck, your dorm room. I do not know the rules. I only know what it feels like to have been the one who sat down first. What I do believe is that stories are doors, and you just opened one by standing here with me this long. So let us do this carefully. Wherever you are, listen to your room right now. Really listen. Find your AC or your fan. Follow the noise it makes, not just the obvious rush of air, but the lower note underneath, the one you feel more than you hear. Notice where it hits your skin, the way it moves your hair, the way it vibrates the vent cover. Listen for your fridge, even if it is in the next room. That faint whine, the little rattle in its chest when it breathes harder, the way it sometimes shudders for a second when the compressor kicks in, then settles. Hear the plumbing murmur in your walls, the distant rush when someone showers, or runs a sink, or flushes a toilet somewhere else in the building. The hollow thump as pipes adjust. Listen for the background TV or music from the apartment next door, or from a neighbor's house, or from a truck idling down the street. Just a muffled rise and fall of voices, a beat you can barely pick out. Put all of that in your ears at once. Let it wash over you. Now here is your homework. Not for right this second, for later, for tonight, at some point, maybe in an hour, maybe after you have fallen half asleep and snapped back awake, maybe when you get up to use the bathroom and come back to bed. There is going to be a moment where all of that stops together. The fan will hit its off cycle. The fridge will rest. The upstairs neighbor will finally turn off the TV. The pipes will go still. You will not hear anything but your own breathing and maybe your own heart. Do not try to force it. Do not sit up all night waiting like a kid on stakeout. Just know that it will happen because it always does. Every building breathes in, and every building has to breathe out. And there is that weightless instant in between where nothing mechanical is moving. If, in that second, you notice how clean the quiet is, you might also notice something else. Maybe you will hear a little wooden knock next to your ear. Not at the door, not on the wall. Closer. Clock. Pause. Clock. Clock. Maybe it will sound like knuckles on an armrest that is not there. Maybe you will feel the slightest change in the cushion under you, the fabric pulling just a bit, the weight distribution on your mattress shifting the way it does when someone sits down on the edge and does not say anything yet. If that happens, I am not going to tell you to scream, or to pray, or to never sleep again. I am not going to tell you to be grateful either. There is no moral here, no lesson tucked into a jump scare. All I can say is this: if that second comes tonight, and your room is suddenly perfectly quiet, and you hear that small wooden knock by your ear, do not panic. It might just mean she found a new seat, and that, for tonight at least, she is not sitting in mine. When the noises start up again, the fridge whining back to life, the AC coughing into its cycle, the neighbor's pipes waking up, you will probably tell yourself it was just the house settling, or the car outside, or your imagination doing push-ups in the dark. You will roll over, or shift on the couch, or adjust in the driver's seat. You will try very hard not to think about the exact spot on your shoulder where, for one moment, you were sure there was a little extra weight. Not hard enough to crush you, just heavy enough to rest there, right on that patch of skin you cannot see without turning your head.